Good morning and welcome to the City Council meeting. Before Mayor Parker calls the meeting to order, we ask that you please be seated and silence all electronic devices. City Council meetings are conducted for the official business of the City Council and to receive input from residents. Members of the public attending meetings shall observe rules of decorum and shall not engage in conduct that interferes with the ability of those present to observe or to participate in the meeting without disruption or fear of intimidation, threats, or hostility. An individual engaging in disruptive conduct may be removed from the chambers and could be arrested for disruption of a meeting. Speakers who engage in disruptive conduct could have their mic muted and may be removed from the chambers and arrested for disruption of a meeting. Disruptive conduct includes yelling, screaming, clapping, or other noise-creating acts. For those of you who have requested to speak, when your name is called, please come forward to the center podium. The countdown clock is displayed on the left monitor and will indicate how much time is remaining. A bell will sound when you have 30 seconds remaining. Before you begin your comments, please state your name. Thank you.
Good morning. I'll call our meeting to order and turn it back over to Catherine.
Today's invocation will be given by Pastor Demario Lewis. Please rise for the invocation and remain standing for the pledges of allegiance.
Shall we bow? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you this morning for the city of Fort Worth. We thank you for every leader that stands with us and stands before us. We thank you for our mayor, our city manager, and every city councilman. And we pray this day that you will continue to give us wisdom to lead, to give courage, to make righteous decisions, and also to give compassion that we may serve the people of this city. Let your people have peace, give them clarity of thought in every discussion, unity in every decision, and integrity in every action. Protect our leaders, their families, and everyone in the city of Fort Worth. Bless Fort Worth and allow us to let everything be done decently and in order. In your name we pray. Amen.
Our first special recognition is presentation of a recognition for the 150th anniversary of Prairie View A&M University.
Okay. We were number 2. Okay. Good morning, and I want to thank the mayor for allowing me to go first with this presentation because this is an extraordinary honor and an extraordinary time, and I am grateful to all of you for being here for this history lesson. And it is a history lesson, so I am going to ask the following folks to please join me at the podium. Ms. Kalia Taylor, Mr. Jonathan Tamplin, Ms. Michelle Muckleroy, Ms. Tanisha Eldridge, Mr. Robert Evans, Mr. Alvin Scott, Ms. Tania White, Mr. Claudie Busby, Ms. Kathleen Turner, Ms. Andrea Johnson, Sancy Hall, if they're here, Chelsea Lilly, and Jonathan Peldick. If you are here, please join me at the podium. And if you all, afterwards, if you all are an alumni of the esteemed Prairie View A&M University, I would ask you to join us. But whereas Prairie View A&M University was established on August 14th, 1876 by the 15th Texas legislature, and it proudly proudly stands as the second oldest public institution of higher education in the state of Texas, and it's the state's oldest public historically Black college and university, or as we affectionately call it, SARA, an HBCU. And whereas Prairie View A&M University was founded by extraordinary leaders and founders, including Matthew Gaines, William Holland, and Walter Burton, whereas Prairie View A&M's university's history is deeply entwined with Fort Worth, because among its distinguished leaders was Isaiah Milligan, or I.M. Terrell, who led Fort Worth's first public school for African Americans before serving as Prairie View's 5th principal from 1915 to 1918. And whereas the Honorable late Reby Carey, a proud Prairie View alumnus, became the first African-American elected to represent the Fort Worth School Board, and later represented Fort Worth's House District 95 in the Texas House of Representatives. And there's so much more, because whereas these historical connections underscore Prairie View's lasting impact on the educational, civic, and political legacy of Fort Worth. And over the past 100 years, Prairie View A&M University has grown from an initial enrollment of 8, get that, 8 students into a globally recognized institution with more than 87,000 thriving alumni. And whereas, true to its enduring motto and core mission, Prairie View A&M University consistently excels in producing productive people who lead, serve, and make indelible contributions across Fort Worth, Texas, the United States, and the world. And whereas the year 2026 marks the historical sesquicentennial celebration of Prairie View A&M University, offering a momentous occasion to honor its rich legacy of academic excellence, student empowerment, and unyielding Panther pride. Whereas the Prairie View A&M University National Alumni Association Fort Worth chapter is recognized as a partner to 150 years of excellence, purpose, and leadership. Therefore, be it resolved that the city of Fort Worth, Texas, hereby recognizes and congratulates Prairie View A&M University on its 150th anniversary, commending its profound and lasting impact on higher education and public service. And Madam President, would you please accept this special recognition? Thank you. And would you like... So the Prairie View Panthers proudly wear purple and gold. And so, Madam President, would you like to have a few words?
Absolutely. And thank you. Good morning, everyone. Mayor Parker, thank you so much for providing us with this opportunity to just say a few words and express our gratitude. On behalf of Prairie View A&M University, Fort Worth Alumni Chapter, thank you, Councilwoman Deborah Peoples and the City of Fort Worth leadership for this meaningful resolution recognizing 150 years of Prairie View A&M University history. This honor is more than a milestone. It's a celebration of resilience, excellence, and so meaningful in the Panther City to have all of these Panthers here represented today. The purple and gold that you see here extends to different communities within our city. Purple is royal, gold is resilient. Prairie View has opened its doors of opportunity, empowering generations of African Americans and citizens of all races and nationalities to lead, serve, innovate We are now established as an R2 university based on the number of doctoral degrees conferred, as well as the research that we do to expand mindsets, expand innovations, and become the leaders that are globally competitive and those that are looked for to, in turn, our students and become the leaders that you see not only sitting on your podiums, but that we educate in our schools today. Here in Fort Worth, our alumni chapter has proudly carried this mission forward for more than 60 years, serving students, supporting scholarships, and mentoring future leaders. We honor distinguished alumni in our community, such as I.M. Terrell and Reby Carey, and so many others that are with us here today. Our commitment to service and leadership is established by their hard work, and we fight tirelessly to continue in their legacy. As we celebrate this 150 years, we recommit ourselves to ensuring that every generation has the opportunity to lead, learn, vote, and leave a legacy of excellence. We want to thank you again for this incredible recognition. We are proud to represent Prairie View A&M University, where excellence lives here, and it lives on in our homes and in our hearts. Because we know Prairie View produces productive people. And as we love to say, PV, you know. Thank you.
I'll scoot back just a little bit, please. Thank you. Make sure to get everyone in frame here. All right, guys. Settings right. Okay. All right, we'll do one on there. All right, guys, let's look here. All right, make sure I see everyone's face. Okay, on this camera first, big smile. 1, 2, 3.
Next is recognition of Mayor Mattie Parker High School Art Competition 2026 top placers.
Thank you, Council. I've got 3 amazing young ladies that can join me at the podium if you don't mind. Madeline, Chloe, and Lana, and I'll walk you through why this is so significant. But first, we would not be here today without the amazing Lauren Saba. Lauren has put this art competition now for how many years total, Lauren? 10 years, which is incredible. This is the annual mayoral art competition. This does not belong to me. This belongs to the mayor's office of the city of Fort Worth. It's an art competition granted to talented young artists from around Fort Worth, the opportunity to showcase their work while gaining experience in the art world. This year, we received 324 entries across DFW from 15 participating schools. Out of those entries, 25 students were selected to the exhibition of the Fort Works Art Gallery through the Gallery of Dreams. Art allows us to connect deeply, evoking feelings, memories, and introspection. I was truly amazed by the talent, especially of these 3 young ladies that are recognized here today. They were displayed in their 3 top pieces, and this recognition honors the 2026 Mayor High School Art Competition of the top 3 artists that are here with us. Our 3rd place winner was Miss Madeline Wilkinson for her piece, The Dragon Blooming Sanctuary. Please wave, Madeline. Thank you. And she actually brought her piece with her, which is fantastic. Madeline is an 11th grader at Brewer High School. She mainly sculpts animals because they embody and convey much more emotion in her art. She likes to focus very much on details because it allows the viewer to find new things each time they look into her art. And our second place winner was Miss Chloe Swinford for her piece, Hyponoi. You got it with you? Oh, wonderful. Isn't that beautiful? Chloe is entering her freshman year of college at Tarrant County College and believes that creating is a crucial part of human expression. She utilizes through painting and mixed media. She likes to use recycled materials, so many of her pieces are previously used canvases or attachments she has made from cardboard, then collaged with paper she has saved from old assignments and sheet music in order to repurpose into something new. And our first place winner is Miss Lana Mackey for her piece, Humberto. Lana is an 11th grader at Paschal High School. Art allows Lana to portray her creative visions through reflection while empowering her to explore different forms of expression. It helps Lana perceive differently by showing herself that beauty is all about perspective. Please take a moment to recognize these amazing young ladies. Would any of you like to say anything? No way. Would you like to say anything? You're welcome to. Come on up. Chloe's going to speak for the group, I think.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh, sorry. Thank you so much. Thank you for being here. Thank you so much. I'd like to invite everyone to utilize their creativity and your narrative to create any kind of work, whether you think you have creativity or not. I believe that creating art is very important as human beings, and thank you.
And Lauren, before we take a photograph, would you like to say anything about how important this art competition has been for Warwick's art? We're so appreciative of your leadership.
Thank you, Mayor Parker. First of all, this is the exact reason why we do this. This is an honor to see these 3 students up here speaking to council about their art in high school in the city of Fort Worth, Texas. Gallery of Dreams was created to connect local students and emerging artists with these opportunities and national connections, and I think we're doing that. And this is an example of how we're doing that. We're going on our 10th year, which is unbelievable. The support from the mayor's office has been incredible. We've been able to partner on other competitions. We just did the America 250 art competition as well this year. So it's just been unbelievable. But a little bit about the competition real quick, because these 3 girls, what they won is a big, big deal. This was created between a friend of mine and myself when we were looking at how athletes are treated in high school in the city versus how art students are treated in high school in the city. And so we wanted to create something for artists that was as impactful and as big of a deal as what athletes and students and all these other kids are getting celebrated, because art should be celebrated. So we enrolled the mayor's office. We got we get a curator from the major museum here in Fort Worth. This year we used the Modern Art Museum again. So we're so lucky to do this. There's prizes, there's awards, there's photos. Their parents get to come to an exhibition and a reception in a real art gallery that's up for a couple weeks. So it's an honor to do this. And I really just want to acknowledge these 3 young ladies and say congratulations. And thank you, Mayor Parker.
Y'all squeeze through here.
Next is presentation of a recognition for Gun Safety Awareness Month.
Council, we're joined here today by Mr. Hilton Jackson, who runs the Aim for Safety program as co-chair, and also Buddy Calzada with 4th Police Department. Cook Children's Aim for Safety program was established in 2017 by Dr. Daniel Guzman and is designed to help reduce the number of injuries we see every year among children through gun safety education. Aim for Safety provides education and resources for parents with the goal of mitigating these incidents. This program distributes free cable locks and gun safes. Cable locks are available at Cook Children's Emergency Departments in Fort Worth. Last year, the number amounted to 488 gun safes and 3,523 cable locks distributed throughout the community. Our goal is quite simple in the city of Fort Worth, to see fewer preventable firearm injuries in children to allow them to grow up safe. Today's special recognition is important because the City of Fort Worth hereby recognizes this month as Gun Safety Awareness Month. At this time, I would invite Mr. Jackson to say any words and Buddy Calzada.
Good morning. On behalf of Dr. Guzman and the Aim for Safety program, we thank the City of Fort Worth for highlighting such a special program. As mentioned, our goal is really simple. It's just provide safety and awareness to every community within the City of Fort Worth to make sure that if there's a firearm in the home, there's the knowledge and the education there to make sure that our kids are safe. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor, City Council, City Manager. I learned long ago that everything rises and falls on leadership. And because of your partnership in this program and your leadership in this program, it was successful. We recognize that this can't happen, gun safety, by one individual or one agency. It takes all of us working together. So I thank you for your leadership, and also I thank you guys for just always being a part. In Fort Worth, we're not waiting for change, we're making it happen, and you're helping us do that. Thank you.
Next is items to be continued or withdrawn. Your mic should be unmuted, Jay.
We have one item to be withdrawn from the consent agenda. That's M&C 26-0881.
Next is consent agenda speakers, and Mayor, I believe we have two.
Our first speaker is Adrian Smith, followed by James Smith.
Adrian Smith, District 9. I am one with the people. I'm standing to speak regarding the settlement that is due to be voted on as it relates to the late Tatiana Jefferson. Tatiana Jefferson, November 28th, 1990 through October the 12th, 2019. This isn't a celebration, neither is it closure. Tatiana Jefferson should still be here fulfilling her life's purpose. No amount of money can replace what the world lost in the aftermath of the tragedy that was. Although a guilty verdict remedied some sense of accountability for the disgraced individual whose name I will not mention, the void left by his decision-making will never remedy the heartbreak felt by Tatiana's loved ones, friends, community, and dear neighbor, Mr. James Smith. May the memories of who she was in life continue being an inspiration, guide, and light for those who knew her best. Also, for those who stood in solidarity for justice, letting the world know her life mattered. To Mr. James Smith, thank you for keeping her memory alive. Despite all the sleepless nights, heartbreak, questioning from within, and even blaming some directed at you, you truly are what a neighbor should be, someone concerned for his community and the individuals who make it home. And in closing, as it relates to this agenda matter, which should have been settled a long time ago. We shouldn't even be here. You all could have settled this. We could have had this matter taken care of a long time ago. But you all thought it was important to continue supporting the disgraced officer's legal defense, which didn't exist because he's already convicted. He was already convicted, and he lost 2 appeals. So shame on you, Mayor Parker, because this falls under your purview. You are the mayor. You've allowed it to go on and go on and go on, and the money's been there. So out of a $49 million plus budget you all have to fight lawsuits and things of that nature, with this settlement, it knocks it down to roughly $37 million. I'll say to anybody who has any kind of legal matter to bring against this city, by all means, bring it. The money is there. And don't let them lowball you, okay? Aim high and let them meet you in the middle. Thank you.
Our next speaker is James Smith. Is Mr. Smith here? Thank you.
Good morning, City Council. My name is James Smith. I live in District 8. Here I stand, 70 pounds lighter, nearly 7 years after the death of Tatiana Jefferson. I vowed to Tatiana that night to speak on her behalf because I saw something wrong during the process after her shooting. I heard her say, "Don't let them get away with this." And that's why you've seen me consistently as you have. Tatiana's mother died in that same home. I was supposed to have lunch with her to discuss the incident that happened. I took her trash out that morning, and as I walked back across the street, a fire truck was pulling up. At the same time, my phone was ringing in my pocket. I answered the phone. It was her 2 daughters, Amber and Ashley, saying, "Mr. James, can you go check on my mother?" I went into the home, and I watched them perform CPR on her for 45 minutes. She didn't make it. But before she left, I heard her say, "Advocate for my baby." And that's what I've done. The settlement today is not just a monetary settlement. It's a testament that this type of shooting shouldn't go on. It shouldn't go on. As a child, I remember police in their academy, and they see a silhouette. It's either this is my target or this is my target. This is my target or this is my target. It's called training. This is my target. This is my target. I'm even more hurt when I learned through the trial that Tatiana was not given a chance to live. They didn't render aid. John Peter Smith is less than a mile from my home. The nearest fire department is less than a mile from my home. They were not called. That troubles me. And as I sit on my porch swing as of today and look across the street, I can honestly say I did my best to honor Tatiana. And I'm hoping and I'm praying that there will be a unanimous vote for this settlement, for this city, for our fellow man. Thank you.
All right.
Council, that's the conclusion of our consent agenda speakers. Can first vote on the consent agenda. Thank you. Got a motion and a second, Council. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next will be items to be removed from consent, 7.1.18 M&C 26-0881.
Councilor Nettles.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to take an opportunity also, thank you, Mr. Smith, for coming down. Really want to take an opportunity as we get ready to vote on this agenda item. We're voting on a settlement, and a settlement is something that you come together with different groups of parties, and we were able to settle with this family. We know that this amount of money is not necessarily justice to her life, but it's what we can do as a council. When I look across this dais, a majority of us were not on council when this incident happened, but we worked with city attorney, city staff to bring forward this amount of justice to this family. I want to thank this council for working diligently, our city attorneys for working diligently to get to this point. And we want to remind the citizens of Fort Worth that this council, this mayor, the city of Fort Worth does care about the residents of the city of Fort Worth. This is just a testament. This is just an example, one of the highest and largest settlements in the city of Fort Worth to bring justice to Tatiana's life. And so today, I motion to approve the settlement of $11,250,000.
Got a motion and a second. Council, any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is non-consent speakers. And Mayor, I believe we have one.
Thank you. Adrian Smith.
All right, my first item I'm speaking to is the appointment of a new fire chief, where it's just going to be on a interim basis, I guess. But I'm asking the city manager, why not just make him full-time? I mean, it's rightfully so, considering the outgoing fire chief is retiring. Kudos to you, sir, for what you've done as it relates to our city, wherever you are. Thank you for your service. Hopefully, in retirement, you can just live out the rest of your days however you choose to. But going forward, as we bring on a new interim fire chief who's already serving in a capacity as it relates to our great fire department, when the time comes for us to appoint a new fire chief, let's just do it from within instead of doing it from without. We're already in a budget crisis, right? So save us some dollars and keep it in-house, you know? And let's get our fire department funded, you know? There was a large apartment fire. Let me see headlines. Large apartment fire burns in Fort Worth, 1 firefighter injured. That was this morning. Report Fox 4 News. 2 Fort Worth firefighters injured during an overnight house fire. That was just overnight. Reported by WFAA 8. I say that to say this. You all are playing hardball with our fire department. Get our fire department funded. You give the police department a blank check to do whatever they want to do, all right? Our fire department, they top of the line. You can call them, they'll show up. Get them funded. Stop playing these games with them and this collective bargaining you all are doing. Get them funded. They gave to your campaigns. Get them funded. Simple. In closing, speaking on a whistleblower settlement that's due to go forth, another whistleblower whose life was upended because she's a whistleblower. But to all whistleblowers, I support them because you're doing right. You're speaking up for wrong, and then you're getting retaliated against. So to Ms. Tricia Crutcher, you should have asked for more. You should have asked for more. I think your lawyers did you a disservice. You should have asked for more because I'm sure all the time or whatever you put into becoming the person you was in that police department, this amount of money doesn't amount to anything. But kudos to you, ma'am, and to all future whistleblowers. If you're out there, you're listening, by all means, don't be afraid. The money is here. Expose this city for what it is. And again, aim high, don't aim low. They'll meet you in the middle, trust me.
Next is changes in membership on boards and commissions. The first item is 26-6082, at-large appointments for community action partners.
Got a motion and a second, council. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is 26-6083, at-large appointments for Human Relations Commission.
Second.
Motion and a second, council. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is 26-6084, board appointments for District 4.
Councilmember Larsdorf.
Thank you, Mayor. I request your consideration to appoint the following individual to the board below with the term effective August 25th, 2026 and ending October 1st, 2028. Marlene Jones for her first term on the Library Advisory Board.
Got a motion and a second, council. Any other discussion? Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is 26-6085, board appointment for District 11.
Councilmember Martinez.
Mayor, I'd first like to thank Leslie Shields for her 3 years of service and leadership on the Library Advisory Board, and thank you to Tanya Ferguson for accepting the call to serve. And with that, I request your consideration to appoint the following individual to the board below with a term effective August 25th, 2026 and ending October 1st, 2027. Tanya Ferguson, partial term, Library Advisory Board.
Got a motion and a second, council. Any other discussion? Please vote.
Motion passed. Next is resolution 26-6074.
Councilmember Flores. Got a motion and a second, council. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is 26-6079.
Got a motion and a second, council. Councilmember Crane.
Oh, I just want to, well, we can vote, and then I just want to make a comment.
Got a motion and a second, council. Please vote. Motion carries.
Chief Horton, are you here? I saw you there. Just want to point out that I think this is the first time in history that the chief of the fire department and the head of the 440 are all Boswell pioneers, and some good things happen because of that. So congratulations.
Next is 26-6081.
Entertain a motion, council.
Move to approve.
Motion and a second. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is public hearings, and we will be taking all of the PID public hearing speakers together and then voting on all the PID items. And we only have one speaker for the PID public hearings.
Thank you. Adrian Smith.
So the PID that I'm public hearings that I'm speaking on, the public improvement district that I'm speaking on is that as it relates to District 3, the Las Vegas Trail area, which is in Councilmember Crane's district. I truly, truly, truly hope that we get this one right. And this is appreciate you, Mr. Crane. You have done some things for the district overall since 2021, and got the LVT rise, and you brought the Cook's Children Medical Clinic to the area, which is very much necessary. But it's so much more that can be done for the area, and we know it starts with investments. Hopefully, we can get the investments that's needed for that area, because the people over there, they deserve it. It's a crime-ridden area, but it's not because of the people want it to be a crime-ridden area. They don't have anything there to sustain and support them. So if you're going to continue being mayor, I'm looking at you, Mayor. If you're going to continue being mayor, you got to make sure these dollars get there to those people. We got to help the people who are dealing with drug addiction. We got to help the single mothers who are dealing with trying to raise their children while trying to work, and trying to just provide sustainability and a safe place for their children. We got to try to help those elderly people over there that's living in that community, just trying to just make ends meet, and not have to worry about all the unnecessary things that are going on over there. It's over-policed at times, law enforcement, they got a heavy hand in that area, but maybe they could try to be more community-oriented instead of a reactionary force, which we do seem to have with forward police. It's more of a reactionary force instead of a proactive force, trying to bridge the gap. Maybe something they can do. But it's going to take money, you all. And we had to hold these apartment owners to account for better, you know, because they getting a lot of concessions. They know how to pay the fund whenever they get all these calls or whatever that goes to them. These places, these properties, they know how to pay the money to get the monkey off their back. So how about with this? How about we just see if we can get rid of some of these bad owners and bring in some new ownership? But it's going to take development. It's going to take jobs, and it's going to take a real effort from this council. And again, Mr. Crane, thank you. Thank you. The last time I stated that you will be befitting as a mayor, someone came to me personally and said, hey, I see he's your hero or something like that. Well, to the individual he know who he is, I don't have any heroes. I'm my own hero, but I do have a great respect for you, sir. So thank you.
Council, that's the conclusion of our speakers on these public hearings. As Catherine stated, we're going to actually take all of these in one vote. So that starts with item number 11.1 all the way through.
Mayor, I'm ready to make that motion.
11.11. Thank you. Councilor Flores.
All right. Motion to close the public hearing and approve MNC 26-0910, MNC 26-0912, MNC 26-0913, MNC 26-0914, MNC 26-0920, MNC 26-0922, MNC 26-0923, MNC 26-0924, MNC 26-0925, MNC 26-0926, and MNC 26-0927.
Got a motion and a second, Council. Please vote. Motion carries.
The next item, MNC 26-0812, was incorrectly listed under the public hearing instead of general consent, but it can still be acted upon and will need a motion at this time.
Entertain a motion, Council.
All right. Move to approve.
Got a motion and a second, Council. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is MNC 26-0928, and there are no speakers on this item.
Councilmember Beck.
Oh, I move to close the public hearing and approve this MNC.
Got a motion and a second, Council. Please vote. Motion carries.
Next is the zoning hearing. The first one will be ZC 26-097, and there are no speakers.
Councilmember Flores.
Move for approval.
Second.
Motion and a second, Council. Please vote. Councilmember Beck.
My mic was stuck.
Okay, sorry. There we go. Motion carries.
Next is ZC 26-041.
Okay, thank you. We have quite a few speakers on this item. Appreciate all the attendees. Everyone gets 3 minutes. I might just encourage, if you feel like you're repeating and could move forward quickly, we probably have 5.5 hours worth of speakers on this item, so it will help expedite things. And our first speaker, let me get our list just a second, is Bob Raleigh, followed by Rhett Bennett. Yeah, just a second. And then also there were a few people that I think signed up under public comment, but probably intended under this particular zoning item for a data center case. So I'm going to be moving them over accordingly based on who signed up in those categories, just letting you know. Councilmember Nettles.
If we can have Jess come first to give a brief presentation on what this vote is actually for today. All right, thank you, Mayor.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. We've got 3 slides that are really excerpts from the zoning case that's in your docket, just to explain what exactly this request is before you today. So this first part, the request is to amend the current PD designation that's already been approved on this property to add an electrical substation use, to increase the maximum building height to 70 feet, and to increase the maximum building setback to 150 feet, and to reduce the parking requirements, which are one of the things that you heard. The feedback that we received is that the parking for industrial, for warehouse, would have caused this site to be significantly overparked for what the needs are. Okay, this also is listed in the zoning case that's in your packet. This is a comparison of the current development standards that are already approved by the two prior zoning cases, ZC 24-153 and ZC 25-132. So on that left column right now, the building setback from single-family residential is 80 feet. The building height is 55 feet maximum, and the parking ratio is to follow the standard requirement for industrial building or warehouse building. In the middle column is what the request is before you today, which is to amend the development standards for PD 1420. That amendment would increase the building setback to 150 feet, an increase of 70 feet from the single-family residential. It would increase the max building height to 70 feet, which is an increase of 15 feet. The developer in the zoning case in their narrative submitted that that is necessary in order to increase that setback, and they will talk to you through their request. And then the parking ratio is to reduce the parking requirement to 1 space for every 4 employees, which is consistent, I think, with what we've talked about in our staff recommendations as we've been looking at proposed amendments to the data center uses. And then also in your packet is the site plan that is submitted. PD 1420, the two prior zoning cases require a site plan approval by council. So this site plan is in there towards the end of the packet. I can't remember exactly what page, maybe page 9 or 10 of that zoning case docket is a zoomed in view so you can see all aspects of this site plan. Okay, any questions for staff?
Questions for Jess?
Okay, thank you.
First speaker is Bob Riley, followed by Rhett Bennett.
I believe we have a PowerPoint. Thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm Bob Riley with Half Associates, 2601 Meacham Boulevard, Suite 600, also a resident in Council District 4. The total acreage of this proposed site plan development is 187 acres, and it's on Lon Stevenson, adjacent to Lon Stevenson, Anglin, and Forest Hill Drive. As Jessica stated, this process began with the creation of PD 1420 back in January of 2025, and subsequently another zoning case that was approved by this body on September 30th. All we're trying to do is to include as one of the uses is include an electrical substation on the site, and as she pointed out, increasing the building height from 70 feet, the minimum of building setback of 150 feet from Lon Stevenson, and establishing a parking ratio. This is the process that we have talked about for some time, and actually the very first case was submitted in the fall of 2024 that y'all approved. This case that's before you today was unanimously approved by the Zoning Commission on April the 8th and then continued for a number of council meetings. This illustration to the top of the blue box is the city of Forest Hill. To the west is city of Fort Worth, and to the south is Everman for the most part. The area in blue is the subject property that does require a site plan. Site plan has been submitted and reviewed by staff. I would note that while we're asking for a 150-foot building setback, this site plan ties us to these dimensions that are shown, and the closest building along Lon Stevenson is 403 feet from the south right-of-way line, plus you add another 100 feet. So the closest would be over 500 feet from properties in Forest Hill. Along the south side, the subdivision Royal Crest, the setback is between 800 and 900 feet. One other point I will make is that this site had originally had a concept plan that had 18 buildings totaling over 3 million square feet. And the concept that the site plan that we have before you today for approval has 4 buildings totaling ground space of a little over 1 million square feet and containing over 2 million. That's my conclusion.
Our next speaker is Rhett Bennett, followed by Ray Ojeski.
Afternoon, Council. Appreciate everybody's time. And really, what we're here today is to vote on a site plan that I think is most appropriate for the neighborhood, given that the acreage has already been rezoned and we know it's data center use by right. I think it's important that we get this right, and I think you'll see a lot of the people that came to support today actually live across the street from the development, so I think getting the site plan right is important to them. And certainly looking at, if we were hitting the easy button, taking the easy way out, we could just do everything by existing zoning ordinance code and do a lot of buildings. That's not the plan. I think we've got a really thoughtful plan that really is more appropriate for a residential area. And so if you see, this is the actual rendering of what we would build, and it's only 4 buildings down from potentially 18. Lots of green space separating us on Lon Stevenson and on the backside on Royal Crest. Again, we're asking for a little more.
You can be removed,
Yep.
sorry. No outbursts.
Taking the building height from 55 to 70 allows us to reduce 2/3 of the buildings, but with that, we'll do increased setbacks. So we're an advocate of this. We think it's a much better campus feel. And we covered some of these other points, but obviously less parking, less impervious space. And yeah, overall, we think it's a great site plan, and looking forward to answering any questions on it. And with that, I'll turn it over.
Our next speaker is Ray Ojeski.
Good morning, Mayor and Council. Ray Ojeski on behalf of the applicant here today. The issue before the Council today is not whether a data center use is going to be allowed at this site. The issue was already resolved when you approved the zoning for this site, PD 1420, back in January and September of 2025. The issue is whether these proposed amendments are going to be approved and the site plan that you have before you is going to be approved. Adding the on-site electric substation to power the data center provides a direct, independent power source for the center. Increasing the maximum building height by 15 feet reduces the number of buildings that would be provided and creates more open space on the property. Increasing the building setback by almost double the original amount approved creates a larger buffer to those uses that are along Lon Stevenson Road. And reducing the parking ratio promotes more open space, less paved surfaces, still provides adequate parking for the small number of employees that will be required to operate this data center. Council, I have in my hand essentially the site plan checklist and requirements which the city promulgates and looks for when they look to approve a site plan. What are some of those questions? Well, what is the location and dimensions of the proposed buildings and structures on the site, which are clearly listed? What are the building heights? How many parking spaces are going to be provided? Show the required setbacks that are required by the approved or by the applicable zoning ordinance. And then just state whether the project is going to comply with landscaping, urban forestry, signage, and other lighting requirements of the city. The proposed site plan does all of these things here today. So really, before you hear today, comments, concerns about these amendments and the site plan are germane to the issue before the council. But council, this is not a second bite at the apple to consider whether or not the zoning should be approved on this site. That has already been considered. So accordingly, I would respectfully request that you approve the proposed amendments to the site and approve the site plan here today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Todd Workman, followed by Emerald Khan.
Afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Todd Workman. I'm here to speak on behalf of EdgeConneX, who would be the developer operator of the data center campus, the long-term partner to the city of Fort Worth, and the good corporate citizen to our adjacent communities for years to come. EdgeConneX serves the hyperscale market. We're an experienced operator with over 90 data centers, 60 markets, 20 countries, and 4 continents. We're not a crypto mining operation, and we're not a speculative developer looking to ride the data center wave. We provide the infrastructure that enables hyperscale and computing storage capacity, which requires that we design, build, and operate to the highest standards, which is what your approval of this request will actually help us to enable. As the campus operator, we will employ hundreds of permanent trades and engineering jobs that would ensure the 24/7 uptime environment that these kinds of facilities require. Our economic impact will be substantial. We'll provide the tax base equivalent of over 4,000 households. Property taxes generated from this campus would be 10 times the amount of any kind of comparable commercial delivery of real estate. All this with minimal burden on schools, protective services, and infrastructure. EdgeConneX is a good corporate citizen in the communities in which it operates, developing and executing on long-term plans for support of the priorities of the communities in which we operate. We've got a track record that's very long in doing so. Education is a foundational form of that community support, but not the only form of community support that we provide. We see great opportunity to bring our experiential learning into the K through 12 environment of the ISDs in the Fort Worth area, and believe a goal of reaching 25,000 students in that initiative is very realistic. We've already started initial outreach in the community with other educational opportunities and have identified organizations bringing those educational commitments to the community that we can be committed to supporting. And we're only scratching the surface. We're not even at a point where we know that we can develop in the way that we want to. Once we do, our efforts as it relates to exploring these opportunities of corporate citizenship and community support with the stakeholders in the community will go wider and deeper. In summary, we develop and operate responsibly. We're good stewards in the communities in which we operate, and we're very excited about the opportunity to be a long-term and productive member of the Fort Worth community. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Emerald Khan, followed by Helen Collinseps.
Good afternoon, Mayor Parker and Council. My name is Emerald Khan, owner of Iconic Services. Some of you may remember my son, Javon Khan, who was pinned and mentored by Jared Williams, previously representing District 6 at the old building in December of 2021, where he learned the importance of zoning, voting, and how to better serve this community. I wanted to open by thanking you for investing in my son and the young people of this community. Small business owners like myself understand that a major project creates more than the jobs listed on an operator's payroll. It creates a network of demand. A campus of this scale needs various contractors, concrete work, electrical work, equipment, fencing, security, maintenance, landscaping, transportation, food, lodging, and various professional services, as well as ongoing vendors. Not every opportunity will go to a local company automatically, so we should insist on local outreach and supplier inclusion. But the opportunity cannot exist if the investment goes somewhere else. Fort Worth is considering a project measured in billions of dollars. That kind of private capital can add substantial taxable value and help balance the city's tax base that depends heavily on residents. The city's own data shows that it's for extending data centers generated more than $83 million approximately in gross city property tax revenue over 5 years. And that figure is not a guarantee for this project, but it shows why this industry deserves serious fact-based consideration. The council has also been clear about the decision. The underlying data center use has already been zoned, ZC 26041. Concerns amendments and a revised site plan, including a larger setback from the residential zoning and a design that reduces the overall building footprint. I support the better plan. I approve it, enforce it, and pair it with measurable local business engagement. Fort Worth is a city where large investments and small enterprises grow together. So please, vote yes on ZC 26041. And thank you for your time.
Our next speaker is Helen Collinseps, followed by Robert Epps.
Good afternoon, Mayor Parker and the City Council. First, I want to thank the council members for your service and for the responsibility you carry in making decisions that affect our community and our future. I'm here today to ask you to approve Black Mountain Site Plan Amendment. I live directly across the street at 3509 Lon Stevenson Road. My battle started in the fall of 2024. After looking at the situation and praying and looking at our community as a community leader, I decided to support Black Mountain. I want to tell you why I support the project. For me, this is not primarily about a data center. It's about our children. Our children are the primary focus in our communities. Mr. Bennett has made a written 20-year commitment to workforce development, education, internships, mentorships, local opportunities, and community investments. Let me say I support the moratorium. I support the ordinances. We need to be up to date and know what's going on in our community and kind of slow the pace. So I'm grateful for that. He has committed to partnering with Tarrant County College through its College for Kids program, OD Wide Pyramid, Dunbar, Everman School District, and many of our projects in the community. That is what gets my attention. Because when we walk and when we talk about economic development, I believe we should ask, what does this mean to our children? Can our young persons grow up here and have mentors? Can they experience an internship? Can they learn about technology, engineering, artificial intelligence, and other careers which they are still, while they are still in school? Can they graduate knowing there's a pathway from education to training to a good career? I believe the answer is yes. Our children shouldn't have to leave their community to discover what's possible. We can bring those possibilities to them. I also want to throw in our children shouldn't go hungry in school. Our children shouldn't wear a size 9 shoe but shouldn't wear a size 13 shoe and have on a size 9 shoe. In reality, that happens every day in our community. Local colleges, he is partnering with TCC and other local colleges to create opportunity for our children. If Black Mountain needs skilled workers, let's train people for our community. If there are contracts available, let's help local businesses compete. If our nonprofits are already helping families, let's find ways to connect them. This is what a community partnership looks like. How do we work together? We come from all different backgrounds, ethnicities, cultures, denominations. We come together as individuals in a community to make a city greater. Are there problems? Yes. We're not going to solve them today, but here's a reality. Data centers are here to stay. We can get on the winning team, we can stay behind, we can gripe, we complain. I appreciate all of you and thank you for this time. Please support.
Our next speaker is Robert Epps, followed by Johnny Collins.
Good afternoon. Giving recognition to the mayor, city councilman, and all of the council. I'm just here to say I'm a retired teacher. I'm the husband of the lady, just sit down. To let you know, I stay across the street. We have a beautiful house, big house. And we objected at first. I'm a school teacher, just like police officers. When they retire, they're still police officers, fire department. So I have a mission here. My wife, she's a community person. People respect her to get help. So I look at it as a business, having a business with Black Mountain. And I just wanted to let you know that I support Black Mountain because I can help support others. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Johnny Collins. Mr. Collins will be followed by Pastor Perry Williams. Is Johnny present? Collins? No? Pastor Perry Williams? Pastor Williams?
God bless all of you, Mayor Parker. God bless you. And my councilwoman, Jenny Martinez, God bless you. I support Black Mountain revised site plan. I think they put a lot into it to make sure that the community is represented. I had a chance to meet Mr. Bennett. I personally like him. He's cordial, he's a family man. One of my thoughts are, as Miss Helen Epps stated, is I am a pastor of Holy Tabernacle Church of God in Christ. The church is about people. The city of Fort Worth is about people. There's not many communities, there's one community, and that's the city of Fort Worth. I worked 36 years for the city of Fort Worth Water Department, and we was about people then, and I think that they are about people now. I think that we can maximize this opportunity by partnering with Black Mountain. It'll work for our favor, work for our good. We have people, community people who care about the community, one community. And I think with our council, with our city, with the church, and with our community, we can maximize this opportunity. God bless and God keep you.
Michael Gies, followed by Reverend David Bell. Is Michael present? Oh, there you go, Michael, hi. And then Reverend David Bell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor Parker, and to the councilman today. My name is Michael G., and I am one of the pastors of Everman, Texas, Sweet Home Church of God in Christ, 36 years. And I do support Black Mountain Revised Site Plan. I'm here to support Pastor Epps, and I'm gonna say it like we use our mission statement. It can make a change, make a difference, building to reach, reaching to change, changing the impact. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Reverend David Bell, followed by Kathleen Southall.
Good afternoon, Mayor and the council. I am Reverend David Bell. I serve as the assistant pastor at the Samaria Baptist Church, and I am here to support my friend, Helen Epps, as we support the Black Mountain Revised Site Plan. Thank you.
Kathleen Southall, followed by Tanil King.
Good afternoon, Madam Parker, and to all the city councilmen.
Ms. Southall, will you pull that mic down just a little bit? Yes, ma'am. Thank you. That's better.
I mean, I'm a little shorter. But I am here to support the data center. I think it's going to be a very educational to our youth and to our young people. So I'm saying today, I support the data center.
Our next speaker is Tanil King, followed by Anthon Bird.
Good afternoon, Mayor. I am here in support of Pastor Epps, and I'm in support of the revised plan for Black Mountain. Amen.
Anthon Bird, followed by Crady Johnson. Anthon, no. Crady Johnson.
Good afternoon, Mayor Parker and all the city council members. I am here to represent and to agree with Elder Epps. This will not so much affect me, but it will affect my grandchildren and my great-grandchildren. And I do use Google, I do use AI, I do try to verify, but it is a good tool. And we take good tools and we use them for our advantage. So I agree with Black Mountain Power.
Bradford Hall. Bradford Hall will be followed by Jumalette Mendoza.
Mayor, members of the council, my name is Bradford Hall. I'm a resident of Fort Worth in District 9. I'm speaking on item 12-2, case ZC 26041, the 187-acre PD 1420 amendment for the Black Mountain Data Center campus. I'm not asking you to reject investment, and I'm not relitigating last September's rezoning. I'm asking what this project costs, and the file doesn't say. This amendment adds an electrical substation as permitted use. The applicant's narrative says that substation would only supply power to data center campus and not be used for distribution beyond the campus. That's the right commitment, and I'd ask you to write it down. Under state utility rules, a dedicated customer substation is paid for by that customer. A network substation is paid for by every ratepayer. The PD language you're being asked to adopt says only utilities substation on site, no limit. Electric service is Encore's business, not yours. But this use is yours, and this staff report carries no projected load. No capacity analysis, not one number for that substation is sized to carry. Permit the use, write the limit into the site plan where it holds. Second, last August on the consent agenda, this council adopted ordinance 27850082025. It repealed the prior ordinance and set the Hannah Ranch sewer charge at $4,993.64 per acre. That's more than doubled the previous charge of $2,173. The ordinance applies to a sewer basin of 3,708 acres, and it says the charge applies to every acre inside that basin without exclusion or reduction. The interceptor it pays for is located near 7819 Anglin Drive, and one of the 10 addresses in this case is 7500 Anglin Drive. Now, a street address doesn't decide this. A sewer basin is drawn by topography, not by house numbers. I know that, and I still can't check it because the ordinance defines the boundary by an Exhibit A and a drainage map, and neither one is published. The city has the map, I don't. So I'm asking a yes or no question. Is this 187 acres inside the Hannah Ranch sewer basin? Because if it is, the adopted rate, that is $933,000. And that ordinance says every acre without exclusion or reduction. Whether that applies here belongs on the record before you vote, not after. And one thing that isn't mine, it's in your staff report. Staff made 2 findings on the same page. One map, consistency. Requested change is not consistent. On policy consistency, staff found it consistent, citing a policy that encourages development adjacent to existing adequate infrastructure. I'm not disputing either finding, I'm asking about the policy staff cited. What makes the infrastructure adequate for a campus that's asking to build its own substation? That number isn't in the file either. I welcome investment that pays its own way, but growth is not a blank check. So before you vote,
It's a conclusion of your time, Bradford, but I am going to ask you to meet with Dana Bergdorf and hand off your questions to her directly since they're highly technical to provide some answers to you. Our next speaker is Jumalette Mendoza, followed by Ambika Sharma.
To who?
Dana, she's going to find you. If you want to walk to the back, she'll take you. Jumalette Mendoza, followed by Ambika Sharma.
Hello. Hi. Hello, Council.
At this time, I would like to ask to table the vote for CZ 26041. We have only just created a data center committee, so in order to wait and to give guidance for what are the proper regulations and what is necessary, I think it is wise that at this moment, again, we table the vote and wait to see what it is that the experts for the committee have to say. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Ambika Sharma.
Hello, good afternoon. It's been interesting to hear some people in favor of the Black Mountain PD today, which is confusing to me because they didn't provide their reasoning. Today I want to suggest that we table the vote, primarily because on August 11th, we were all here until 1 a.m., and you all voted to create a data center and infrastructure committee, and I understand that you're also financially investing in that. So if we're going to make investment in soliciting expert opinions and expert suggestions, let's wait for those suggestions to be provided. I also understand that the expert committee has hasty timeline, about 60 days. So 60 days is not long to wait for this PD to be approved or commented on. So I would suggest that we wait until the expert committee renders their suggestions to you, and at that point you can decide whether to vote, however you want to vote on this. So my request is that you table this topic today. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Adrian Smith. Adrian will be followed by Pamela Jemison. Adrian Smith, followed by Pamela Jemison.
You? Yeah, me. I know who I am. Councilwoman Beck. My time. It's my time. My time. I'm reclaiming my time. So I have a couple questions, Mayor Parker, as it relates to this particular zoning case. If I do a FOIA request, will it actually show that the developers signed up to speak on this agenda item, or did you all just give them favorable means to come up before us to speak? Second question. That's not how democracy works, Mayor Parker. The way we sign up to speak is how you should allow us to present ourselves. You take us out of order from who's for and who's against. That's not how the process works, okay? So for future reference, however a person signs up to speak, let us speak according to how we sign up. Don't levy us for or against, because that's been in your tool bag since you've been the mayor. You like to pit us against one another. So one of my other questions, did you take the speakers out of order in favor of the developers, for or against? It's not a democracy. Thirdly, who on this council has been compromised for a favorable vote to the developer? I think somebody yelled out something like 46,000. I couldn't make that what that was, but it sounded like a dollar amount before they was escorted out of the building. So something we need to consider, really. Why continue giving tax abatement to multi-million-dollar developers, billion-dollar developers, whoever comes to the city? Why continue giving them tax abatements when they had the money and the sources to build right out? We the only ones who lose out when y'all give these tax abatements, you know? So why continue giving tax abatements? 5, it's gonna be an ouch moment. Who within the community who in the community that this particular project is going to directly impact has been compromised? In closing, I still got a minute. With all of the so-called, and I'm just quoting somebody, with all of the so-called commitments the developer said he was willing to do, who's going to hold him to account for doing so? Now, I tried to look, I'm surprised he showed up. I tried to look up his net worth, but Google said it doesn't show anything for Mr. Rhett Bennett's net worth, but he's worth a whole lot of money. So instead of him giving you all his word on things, how about he write a check? You know, a bank can cash that. And in closing, to that last developer who got up and spoke, he's so brazenly just letting you all know that, hey, you all can't do anything about it, et cetera, that I didn't get his name, but he was brazen and let you all know he dares you to vote this down, but you all are not going to vote it down, you know, because they got money to take you into the courts and we can start this thing all over. Thank you.
Pamela Jemison, followed by Vanessa Volley. Is Pamela present? Vanessa Valley? Vanessa? Julie Withers? Letitia Wilburn? Ms. Wilburn?
It's not a I think, it's an I know that the corruption here is very real. You all had a 28-year employee that is with Black Mountain, and y'all are still here. None of you all have recused yourselves, and you should. You know, there is so much at stake here. People's lives are at stake here. People are not talking about the health complications. People are not talking about the life expectancies. People are not talking about the pollution. People are not talking about real people who live, their children, babies, animals, how all of these things are affected by these data centers. You all are friends of your 28-year Fort Worth employee who is a big part of Black Mountain. There's no way that you all, none of you all should be here in this case. This is serious. People's lives are at stake here. People's health are at stake here. Some of the things, let me look at some of my notes. Some of the things that you all have to look at is how many spontaneous abortions have come about because of data centers. This area is already highly polluted. There's a landfill there. That landfill produces pollution. What about the children there? What about the senior citizens there? What about people, pets there? Some people, pets are their only family members. What about them? What about the things with these data centers, like the noises that you hear and the noises that you don't hear that affect people? What about the odors? What about the things that go into the ground? What about the soil? You know, there are so many things here that you people are not thinking about. You know, this building is going to be 70 feet high. And you all talking about how far it is, you know, this distance, that distance. But wind carries. It doesn't stop at a particular location. You have women that, and this is not me saying, this is a study. You have women who would probably have miscarriages. You have children who would be affected. And yeah, children, their brains are affected by these types of things. People's bodies are affected by these types of things. People's pets are affected. You guys are looking at the money. Y'all are not looking at people. These people are real. Money is tangible. People are real. And someday there's this man, if you believe in him, called God, and he's going to put y'all above all of this money and what you do here on earth. Think about the babies lost. Think about the babies that will be lost. Think about the children that will be affected. Think about the citizens.
Our next speaker is Peter Irvin. Peter will be followed by Brian Patman.
Hello, my name is Peter Irvin. I am the president of the Pointer Crossing HOA, and I am a member of District 6. I urge the City Council to table the vote for ZC 26041 because the city has allocated up to $100,000 to pay subject matter experts to provide regulation on data centers. I think we should use our tax dollars wisely and wait until the committee provides recommendations. Please, table the vote.
Brian Patman will be followed by EJ Carrion. Mr. Patman.
Well, here we are again. 2 weeks ago, the community were told that we were heard, that Fort Worth would happily make sure that data center developments would follow certain common sense practices, protect our water, power, and our residents. And though many of us didn't think that certain measures went far enough, it was something. There was a committee to be formed, and we would hopefully see some good decisions on regulation come out of it. But this vote today extending the scope of the Black Mountain Data Center is being rushed through before the Data Center Committee has even had a chance to suggest regulations, before the ink has had a chance to dry on their appointments. Meanwhile, another site bought by a company called EdgeConneX for a data center, nicknamed in the press as Project Ember, threatens to sandwich a slice of neighborhood along Royal Crest Drive between them and Black Mountain. This is while an Everman ISD elementary school and Uplift Charter School are across the road from the south portion of this new site. There are people here, for the first time I've actually seen, who are in favor of this data center. And though we may respectfully disagree on data centers belong in this heavily industrialized neighborhood, I would hope that we agree that DCIC should do their important work before any approval of such a plan proceeds. But at the same time, over the past months, I've seen and met several people upset by the data center developments at many of these council meetings. They ask you to pause, to make regulations to protect them first, to stop their peace from being disturbed, to protect their water and power from billionaires who want to use them for their own gains. And they ask you to stand for them. But it seems like to me that so far the city does everything possible to prevent interference for these companies first and foremost. So I must ask, who is it that you are fighting for? Because it certainly isn't for us, even though it should be.
E.J. Carrion will be followed by Nicole Smith.
All righty. So what we're dealing with in Fort Worth, Texas right now is holding up the establishment, which is the Fort Worth Way. The Fort Worth Way has proven to not be a political party. This is not Republicans versus Democrats, because there's a lot of Republican residents and Democrat residents who are aligned on not wanting data centers in their community. Have anything shown is that to be true? So you all today have to make the decision, as Republicans and Democrats, are you a part of the party of the Fort Worth Way? And are you to hold up the establishment? Ultimately, what you're seeing with the rise of community being invested in data centers is this fight. You do not have to vote in the protocol because Chris Nettles is for this, and a part of that $46,000 that the gentleman shouted, and maybe even some of these other church congregation leaders are also funded on, is that you can actually go with your conscience because you're living in a moment that needs you to be courageous. This white man who threatens you that you have to do what he says, you live in America where you no longer have to do that, and you can stand up for the people. I want to give honor and recognition to someone who attempted to stand up to people, my Councilwoman Jeanette Martinez. Last 2 weeks, when y'all said you're going to have a fact-based study and commission, you advocated for 2 of those seats to be community residents. After hours of people speaking to you all about not wanting a committee unless it was majority community. And that is the difference between what we have today and the leadership this community is craving for. You guys chose to continue, even though she advocated, she didn't listen. She advocated for 2 seats, and now we have a committee that nobody knew was getting paid to do the work, by the way. No one in the community knew that y'all were paying TCU to do all that. And it's still pro-industrial, which nobody asked for. So you guys are just at a stuck point, and I appreciate, Adrian, what you said. Give me some here, even though your love for Michael Crane's weird. But it's what I want you to know here is that you guys have been showing that what you guys just did, allowing the establishment to line up, and Rep. Bennett took them all 6 months to get 10 people to kiss his ring. When we have had dozens upon dozens over and over again, no matter if it's at 6 p.m. or 11 a.m., you all still choose the establishment. And then you allow them to take a VIP pass to the chamber and get to speak first while you have made all of us wait till midnight to hear our voices. Are you going to be with the people because the people are done?
Our next speaker is Nicole Smith, followed by Bob Willoughby. Is Mr. Willoughby present? Ms. Smith? Mr. Willoughby? Mr. Willoughby will be followed by Blaine Toole.
one thing I want to say. This is not necessary. What's necessary is to have a mayor. If we had a mayor 2 years ago when she first took away our rights to speak, we wouldn't be doing this now, these dog and pony shows. But anyway, the data center has both good and bad. I would have liked to know more. If Fort Worth Mayor Parker had been honest and not a liar. Now, I can call her a liar because she lied about me in this room and said I cursed at 12-year-old kids and never took it back. You're going to be called, I don't want you to take it back. I want to call you a liar every time you come down here, and I can do that until you take it back. We would all know the pros and cons, and at the end of the day, months ago, a real mayor would have carried out our decisions.
Mr. Smith, you have to sit down. Thank you. Just sit down. Please. Let him finish his remarks. It's his time to speak.
Go ahead.
Pausing his time. Mr. Smith, please sit down. Thank you.
Anyway, thank you for interrupting my time and taking it up, whatever. Mayor Parker, you have only one desire to fulfill your own needs. You are a fake mayor. Because a real mayor would have carried out months ago. We'd rather be at home.
Mr. Willoughby, I know that you hate me. That's fine. But can we stick to the data center dialogue? That'd
If
be
you let me
great.
connect the dots, are you going to stop me from connecting the dots? And it will. The thing of it is, the data center, we would not have to be doing this. If you remove community engagement and do the job you're supposed to and come out in the public and hold meetings, Council Member Deborah over there, she can't do that. When she got elected, she doesn't know what's going on. She's never been to a council meeting. She chunked her civic duties and left it for other people to do for her. And now here she sits. If she'd been doing her duties, she'd know what's going on, and she could hold meetings in our districts.
Bob,
and we wouldn't
anything
be
else on
here.
the data
What the point
centers?
is, we would not be here, Mayor.
Anything else on the data center?
No, it's all about the data center. Because why are you stopping me so much? Anyway, okay. A fake mayor will not take questions like you're doing. You'll run and hide like Councilmember Chris does, Nettles. He runs and hides. There'll always be issues here, but with a mayor who cares, there'll be no big issues. And this is a big issue. And you have this at 10 o'clock in the morning. You did that on purpose. That's what this 10 o'clock thing is, so that people can't be here. We had them at 7 o'clock 4 times a month. Betsy Price was a crook, but she was a mature crook. You're an immature crook, is what you are.
We've lost the plot here, Bob. We're going to move on.
Like this,
You're signed up under public comment. We'll hear from you again. Thank you very much. Our next speaker is Blaine Toole, followed by Kirsten Park. Mr. Toole, followed by Kirsten Park.
Good afternoon, everyone. Man's reach exceeds his grasp. We're talking about building a data center 150 feet away from homes and schools. I get data centers are happening whether we like it or not. The hyper-powered wave of the future, the new industrial revolution, the new Cold War. But have we considered the cost? We know money is no object at this point, as many of you have been paid very well. But have we considered the cost? Data centers put out a lot of heat, raising the ambient temperature to up to 4 degrees Fahrenheit within the surrounding neighborhood. With record summers that we've been dealing with the last few years, that just feels cruel. 150 feet, that's nothing. Less than a city block, twice as far to walk from the front door of City Hall to where I'm standing right now. Meanwhile, cattle across the state are being vibrated into stillbirth because the ranch they're on is near a data center. Want to put that 150 feet away from someone's home, from a school? I get it, you've been paid already, and you're really hoping the data center moratorium and whatever Greg Abbott is doing, a nice little bullshit PR shuffle to work around. It's easier that way, I get it. It's the hyper-powered wave of the future. We can't fight progress. Fort Worth is business friendly. We have to keep up with China. We can't afford an AI mineshaft gap. But have you considered the cost? Because the property values of everyone nearby will plummet, essentially robbing them of their life savings. Many won't be able to afford to leave. But what if you found your backbone? Voting no or tabling it today will at least buy these people some time. Sure, the city might get sued because the zoning vote didn't go Black Mountain's way. What if you take a real stand for the people of this city right now? Make the moratorium count for something. Have a howdy doody day.
Kirsten Park, followed by Jolene Benavides. Kirsten, no? Jolene Benavides. Sue Weston. Sue Weston will be followed by Jackson Weston.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm going to read this because I want to make sure that it gets into the record. I am formally asking you to table the vote today on the Black Mountain Data Center due to insufficient and incomplete development studies and assessment of the project of this magnitude. Two of our biggest issues are the stormwater assessment studies and the structural vibration studies are critical due to the close proximity of our 100-year-old stone walls and artifacts of the stone ship. This is about a half a mile from Weston Gardens, and the runoff from this site will directly impact the gardens. We demand to see a copy of the developer's downstream assessment before this site plan is approved. Under Texas state law, this development cannot increase the peak runoff onto our historic property, and I don't believe that this is possible. We also demand a pre-construction vibration monitoring plan so that the vibrations through construction and operation can be monitored. We ask you to table this because all of these studies have not been done. Residents out here have died in these floods, and this is not something to just assume that they'll get the study done later. And on the staff reports that says storm assessment, there's just nothing there. I mean, I have issues with the fire. I have issues with all of this right next to a landfill. So I think we're moving too fast. And I think Black Mountain would agree they would want to have all these assessments done, because my worst nightmare is that we have to sue the city because somebody dies out there. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jackson Weston. And then Ms. Schulman, if you'd like to go next after that, if that's helpful to you, we'll do that, move you up. Yes, no problem.
Good afternoon, Mayor Parker and Council. My name is Jackson Weston with Weston Gardens. I'm here to ask you to table this vote on the plan for Black Mountain Data Center. Black Mountain met with the nearby neighborhood and community to the proposed data center in March 2026. They promised to meet again with the community 2 to 3 weeks later to answer questions about the environmental impact and effects on the neighborhood, but we never heard back on a date for that second meeting. That meeting to give the community more information has not happened. The initial meeting did not go well, and the nearby community did not receive the answers they are craving. The gentleman from Edge Connects needs to meet with us in the community if they're willing to. If they're saying they want to be good with the community, please come, please talk to us. We need to have a flood study done before moving forward with this. Our property is flooded during heavy rains. Chambers Creek, which runs through our gardens, will occasionally jump its banks and flood our property. The creek runs from the proposed data center from that direction toward us. This new development cannot be approved before a detailed stormwater study is done. Under the notes for this case for stormwater, it currently states, no comments at this time. This is not adequate to move forward. Councilman Nettles, please listen to the residents of your district. We have been active community members long before, just for a long time. We have been contributing tax revenue to Fort Worth long before data centers were around. Please come see the gardens and see the way the property lays out. The door is open to you, and the opportunity is there to come meet with us and get to know us. Give yourself the gift of time to do this right, especially since we have a new data center task force and moratorium forming that you voted for and y'all are investing in. I'll finish by saying Proverbs 19:2 states, "It is not good for a person to be without knowledge, and one who hurries his footsteps errs." Thank y'all.
Jessica Schulman will be followed by David Rodriguez.
Hello, Council. Thank you for
letting me speak now because I'm fighting for my life here to be here. I would just like to echo all who are against this, or at least me specifically. I'm asking you to please continue this case and really make that moratorium process mean something. I know that we had a late night here on August 11th talking about this. So make that investment mean something and make that moratorium mean something, not only for the dollars we're spending on trying to research it and have all the experts advise you all, but make it mean something to the people out here fighting for our lives to be here in these daytime meetings or these nighttime meetings. It just feels like we're moving with haste. And why? The money will be there if, after the 60 days that have been noted, to let the experts do their research and advise you. So all I would ask is to continue this case. And please just try to hear all the voices who are here as well as who couldn't be here, because a lot of mothers are not willing to bring their fleet of children to these meetings, as it is a challenge. So thank you for your time. Thank you for letting me speak now. And I would just ask that you please, consider us, consider all the people that this will affect. Thank you.
Our next speaker is David Rodriguez, followed by Lauren Chung.
So for the record, I'm going to also agree with the majority of the speakers here and say that y'all go ahead and table this vote. But farther than that, quite frankly, I think it's disgusting that this is even being brought up. I mean, we had Edge Connects who just comes up here and just says, hey, this is what's gonna happen. This is what we're just gonna do. And y'all can either be cool with it or we're gonna just do we're gonna do what we wanna do anyways. And then you have maybe 10 people come up here who give you a one-word sentence saying, I support this resolution, when you've had leaders like Miss Letitia Wilborn, who's been coming to every single meeting, giving you 3-minute speeches, asking you to consider the actual consequences of what's going on. You've had Mr. Caleb Roberts from Downwinders at Risk, who came on August 11th to also have this conversation with y'all. But because only 10 people who get to show up and then they all say that they all of a sudden support it now this is apparently going to be a thing, even though y'all say, well, it's the voice of the people, but this DECIC hasn't even been created yet. The moratorium, what's the whole point of this moratorium whenever y'all are gonna continue to try and pass legislation underneath, under the hood? And especially whenever Macy Hill says Fort Worth is open for business and she tries to change the language in order to try and get data centers to be able to flood this community with as many data centers as there can possibly be. And I don't understand why these data centers can continue to ask for resources, whether it's Black Mountain or whether it's Edge Connects. But whenever you have people who are coming up here and asking you for resources, the best thing that y'all can do is just kind of go, well, ask your questions to our city staff. The city staff will take care of it, and all these things. And at the end, for me, when we talk about the voice of the people and the power of the people, especially in this community where it's primarily Black and brown people, is it Black power only whenever they choose to agree with you? Is it Black power only whenever it serves to make money for corporations? Is it Black power whenever Black Mountain decides to funnel money into y'all's pockets?
Our next speaker is Lauren Chung. Lauren will be followed by Erica Zamora.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. I would like to request that this body table Black Mountain's development standards request. It has been pointed out that the request for the increase of the maximum height of the data center to 70 feet may require rezoning the area to heavy industrial. And in addition, the setback of 150 feet for a data center is far too little. I get the feeling that data center regulation is a race against time, but I believe a more measured approach is appropriate for the city of Fort Worth. I am kindly requesting that you hold your horses. You are in the process of forming the Data Center and Infrastructure Commission, which will be comprised of community and industry stakeholders, as well as others with various areas of expertise. The final composition of the committee hasn't been announced yet, and already Black Mountain is seeking to rush through changes to their development well ahead of the early November due date for the new commission's report. Give yourselves the gift of time to reflect thoughtfully on this development and the profound impact it will have on its community. Who was Lon Stevenson? There isn't a lot available online about him, but he was a farmer in Tarrant County who died in 1960. I seriously doubt he would have wanted to see the majestic land he once farmed eaten up by a hyperscale data center. My mom is a wonderful artist, and she recently did a painting of Trinity Park that really got me thinking. As a girl, my grandmother grazed her pet cow on what used to be the open land to the south of City Hall, to the south of here. Lots has changed since then. It really brings home the point that land in Fort Worth is a finite resource, but it also brings into sharp focus the importance of Trinity Park as almost 300 acres of open space and the immeasurable impact it has on our quality of life. Mayor Parker established the Good Natured Green Space Initiative in 2023, which according to the Fort Worth report was aimed at accelerating the city's open space conservation efforts by setting a goal of acquiring 10,000 acres of green space by 2028. I commend you, Mayor Parker, and all the council members present who participated in establishing the Good Natured Initiative. According to a Fort Worth Report article from May 2026, the initiative has saved 3,400 acres. That is great. But that means to meet your goal, you need to save 6,600 acres of open space over the next 2 years. How is that going? This council's previous commitment to saving 10,000 acres stands in stark contrast to the land grab by data center developers to build hyperscalers and the fact that many sitting on this council accepted donations from Black Mountain. It is a very stark contrast. Mayor Parker, in 2020, you've shared that the city of Fort Worth is losing 50,000 acres of open space per week, which equals 2,600 acres per year. Land is a finite resource. I respectfully ask that this body will reaffirm its commitment to the residents of Fort Worth that you will save 10,000 acres of open space. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Erica Zamora. Erica Zamora will be followed by Chandler Sharp. Is Erica present? No? Chandler Sharp. Chandler will be followed by Edgar Magdaleno.
All right. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. My name is Chandler Sharp from District 9. It is clear that constituents have told you all that they want say in how these data centers are implemented. They want say in how this all comes together. And so when it comes to these data centers, we all know for sure what these data centers can do and the harm that they can bring and what they have brought, not only here within Fort Worth, but also across the state, like here in Texas. Hundreds of data centers here just in the state of Texas are either under construction or planned to be constructed here within Texas, all across the state. And even just with water use, for example, across Dallas and Fort Worth, those are the two fastest sinking cities across the country. A big part of that is a huge use of groundwater. So with this particular data center, the Black Mountain Data Center, using public water just from here in Fort Worth, what kind of impacts are that going to have with here in the city? How much will that exacerbate the sinking, not only here in Fort Worth, but across Dallas as well? What could that do to infrastructure across both Dallas and Fort Worth? What kind of ramifications and costliness down to us? Was that how was going to affect us as well? And so just weeks ago, we just had this moratorium put in place in order to have a look at what putting this data center by Black Mountain is going to look like, how it's going to affect community members. And so we need to listen to our constituents. You need to listen to our constituents, listen to us in terms of why this moratorium is important. You need to listen to our constituents. You need to have a look at what this data center is going to do to community members and only to us across Fort Worth and Dallas as well. So I respectfully ask that you table this vote, table it for after this moratorium is put in place. Keep in mind, we just voted to begin the process of this moratorium, so it hasn't even begun yet, and yet now we're looking into actually approving a data center Black Mountain has before even beginning this moratorium. This needs to be after the moratorium is done, after community members and experts have examined everything clearly and that we've had a say. And then we can once all of that is completed and when all of that is done, then from there, we can even have a discussion about putting this data center in place. Thank you.
Edgar Madaleno, followed by Nellie Gimfafi. Edgar here? No. Nellie? Followed by Zizo Abdulaziz.
Good afternoon.
Thank you, Edgar, sorry. And then followed by Nellie. Thank you. Go ahead, please.
Right. My name is Zizo. I'm a resident of Fort Worth. I want to put a few numbers into the record from the North Central Texas Council of Governments presentation this August. As of April, DFW already had approximately 260 data centers, more than any other state, more than any other metro city listed in the presentation. When North Texas municipalities were asked which infrastructure systems experience the greatest strain from data centers, 26 out of 27 respondents identified water. Water supply, and second was 22 of them identified the electrical grid. NCTCOG, which is the Central Texas Council of Governments, also estimates that Texas data centers consumed approximately 25 billion gallons of water in 2025, with statewide demand potentially reaching as much as 161 billion gallons annually by 2030, which kind of aligns with the Texas floodplain. It's a report. It's estimated that there will be a drought in DFW in 2030 as well. Perhaps the most concerning part of the presentation, which, by the way, those presentations were done by engineers, floodplain engineers, and also engineers that work on site development. So the most concerning part of this presentation isn't the consumption estimate, it's what NCTCOG says we don't know. The presentation identifies a lack of transparency from data centers, uncertainty in the data, municipalities lacking current information to make informed decisions, and data center growth not being adequately incorporated into water planning. A part of the presentation as well mentioned that they tried to reach out to existing data centers to know what's the water use. They got ignored 99% of the time. So if we don't get the information now, we're not gonna get it. So a few questions for you guys just to please consider. Okay, does Fort Worth know the cumulative water and electricity demand of every data center currently operating, approved or proposed within the city? Are developers required to disclose projected and actual water and electricity consumption publicly? And if the city of Fort Worth cannot answer those questions today, why are we continuing to approve additional data centers and allow the existing ones to operate before we have a comprehensive policy governing them?
Our next speaker will be Nellie Gamafi. Ms. Gamafi will be followed by Zizo Abdulaziz. Oh, I'm sorry, I had it up backwards. So Edgar was not present, correct? Okay, thank you. Nellie.
My name is Nellie Gemphy, and I am a resident of District 6, as well as a precinct chair. The most concerning part for me in regards to this discussion is that we are still having this discussion. Table the vote. We have so many other issues plaguing the citizens of Fort Worth, and this is the discussion you want to have instead. Table the vote. You want us to side with an issue that we have already stated that we will not side with because it brings far more negatives than positives to our lives. Water pollution, electricity shortages, noise pollution, soil pollution, and a lack of long-lasting jobs. People need something meaningful to look forward to. Table the vote. We could better be putting this amount of effort into fixing the budgetary issues we apparently have and providing the desperately needed services that the people ask for. I also don't mean fix it by cutting and reducing necessary programs and initiatives that the people have voted for. Table the vote. We expect better of our representatives because we know you could do better. Not pawn us off to a corporation to give false promises of service and money. Prioritize the people. Elect a better city manager and get this city back on track. Otherwise, May is gonna be a very interesting time for you. Lastly, table the vote. Thank you.
Pamela Reese, followed by Aman Abraham. Is Pamela present? Thank you. Pamela Reese, followed by Aman Abraham.
Good afternoon. As many of the other speakers have already presented, we are moving way too fast on this. The reckless speed with which these data centers projects have been pushed through will result in catastrophic impacts to our environment, our resources, and our basic way of life and our standard of living. We respectfully request that any and all projects be placed on an indefinite hold until the appropriate research can be done to determine the full impact and also to implement the necessary guardrails and safety measures to ensure the well-being and the continued prosperity of our communities. This must include the preservation of wildlife and plant life as well, because no one else has brought that up. We all know that these data centers are gonna have a huge drain on our water supply, our energy grid, and they're gonna create air pollution, and also with our continued, what we are in the middle of right now is a temporary drought. There's the heat problem to consider. We're already living under a heat dome. It's only gonna get worse. With climate change and everything else, we don't need to add to that. So I respectfully request that we table the vote.
Aman will be followed by Caleb Roberts.
Hello, City Council. Hello, Mayor. I came today with some pictures that I took at I'm with Weston Gardens. I wanted to show y'all when we have a flood, how high the water levels can rise. And so right here, this is a picture of a stone boat that was built in the 1930s by the original developer of the property. It's a really cool feature. So this is this year, this was this weekend. But in 22, we had a big flood. The water will rise to about that level. Here we have there's like a big bridge that goes to the boat. There's the water. There's the boat again. And the water rises very high. These two, the data center that's being proposed is right on the line, it looked like, from the map y'all had attached to the thing where I signed up today, where it looks like if this isn't done right, you could flood us out pretty bad. So I'm here to echo what the Westons said. Let's table the vote. And could we get some appropriate flood and drainage studies done before they construct or you approve their plot plan? Oh wait, here's the growing ground. So this is where we have our plants. That flooded too. Okay, thank y'all so much.
Our next speaker is Caleb Roberts. Caleb will be followed by Reed Bills. Is Caleb present? No. Reed Bills, followed by Charles Bills.
I oppose this zoning request. To quote Willie Nelson, "The last thing we need is a loud, water-thieving, light-polluting data center anywhere near our town, or any others for that matter, end quote.
Well, I was surprised to hear that there hasn't been any studies done on flood-prone or on what floods would do, because Fort Worth has a bad history of this. I remember when they built that big shopping center right at the corner of Hewlin and I-30, and then we're all surprised when suddenly that became a huge flood zone. So that's a major thing. I think we should table it. Basically, I think we should just cancel this whole deal, but I think you've all been bribed too much for that to happen.
Our next speaker is Kyle Powell. Kyle will be followed by Michael Rawlson. Is Kyle here? Michael Rawlson? Oh, yeah, that's right. Linda Henrati. Is Linda present? Followed by Cinnamon Hall.
Linda Hanratty, District 3. I wasn't going to speak on this because I was told that this is a done deal. But then I learned today in the Star Telegram that ECHO, whatever they are planning another data center right near the Black Mountain. And it's like the elephant getting into the tent and then getting bigger and bigger. So I'm very concerned about that. And so please table this until we know exactly what they really want to do. Thank you.
Ms. Hall, followed by Christina Abadillas.
Hi, Cinnamon Hall. Councilman Beck, hello. My representative is there. I usually go to zoning commission meetings because it works for my time and it's something that I'm very passionate about as a resident of Fort Worth. And this kind of got on my radar after that zoning commission meeting where another was rejected. So with this, kind of going from a zoning perspective, for the PD 1420, it would add an electric substation. The lady who spoke earlier was at the zoning commission meeting where it was rejected for another one. When they add the substations, so everyone's aware, these are big diesel machines. They're using diesel fuel and they're running. These things don't shut down at 5 o'clock. These things don't shut down at 11 o'clock. These things run 24 hours a day, 365 days a year, without holidays, without stop, nonstop. And if they're plugged into the regular electric grid, sometimes we have little bumps. I'm receiving way more bumps in my area, which is odd in all the time that I've been living here. Once they plug in that substation to our brothers and sisters in Christ in there who were, I don't know, given lunch or whatever by the developers, this is going to, regardless of the substation, regardless of the electrical, what it's going to do is cause a constant hum, a constant noise, a constant something in the air in your neighborhoods. By increasing the height to 70 feet, you're now ruining your horizon. You're not able to see past. They might have put the setback, the 150 feet of setback. However, there's no trees in there. There's no hills in there. There's nothing in there to buffer this sound. The sound is going to drone at you. The sound is going to drone at your children. It's going to cause mental issues. It's going to cause health issues. And those things are going to cost us here in Fort Worth down the line. These changes that they're asking for after PD 14 was approved, he's saying he's not wanting a second bite at the apple. That's true, because that was the second bite. This is the third bite. So then what is next? They want to go higher, they want to go further, and they want to bring more. I really ask all of you to think about our needs as residents of Fort Worth. I'm not for or against data centers. I'm worried about the zoning. What they want in the zoning is more than what they ask for. So what's the next ask? Just say no for now, and then see what it is we can accommodate. This is not it. These changes are not it. Vote no. Vote no.
Our next speaker is Christina Abdulaziz, followed by Mohammed. Is Christina present? Mohammed? Paul David Williams? Mr. Williams will be followed by Mindy Tackett.
My name is Paul David Williams. I'm not used to speaking in public. I was born and raised in Fort Worth, and I want to thank the City Council for initiating the moratorium process. I strongly support the tabling of the moratorium in many reasons. I emphasize that temporary pauses are not enough. The city needs permanent binding protection. We need more time to analyze our situation. We need more time for designing permanent regulations on environmental and infrastructure standards for the data center and infrastructure. Because children are still developing physically and spend significant time playing outdoors, they are particularly vulnerable to the localized impacts of data centers. We need time to encourage you to create a minimum buffer zone of 500 feet with the continuous evergreen screening trees around the data center completely to protect the neighborhood from the industrial encroachment. Would you want a data center built less than 150 feet or less than a football field even, length from your house? I'm in favor of people making money. I'm not in favor of billionaires enriching themselves by compromising the health of poor children of Fort Worth. We need more time to evaluate closed-loop cooling systems being considered for facility operations so that they do not drain millions of gallons from our local water supplies, which have been substantially depleted, especially in the previous year, and also to prevent the strain on our wastewater infrastructure. We need time to develop stricter decibel limitations enforced 24/7 at the property line to prevent disruption from heavy HVAC and server chillers. We need time to urge the council to restrict economic grants, tax abatements, and municipal infrastructure funding for data center development unless they provide verified long-term public benefit. I'm expressing concern regarding the persistent noise, air emissions from standby diesel generators, decreased property values. I urge the council to table this to provide more time to provide local residents over rapid infrastructure to prioritize.
Thank you, Mr. Williams. Our next speaker is Mindy Tackett, followed by Catherine Godby.
Maddie, I'm here today regarding this data center discussion and vote, as well as all others. A little over a week ago, I was told by someone who was in the room at the Whitley Penn breakfast that you spoke at, that comments were made suggesting that people who raise concerns about data centers are anti-capitalist and by extension, anti-American. It was a firsthand account. If that characterization was made, it is false and it would be beneath the office you hold. The residents who have shown up meeting after meeting to speak on this issue are business owners, they are professionals, they pay taxes in this city. They are, in fact, exercising one of the most American rights there is, which is the First Amendment right to petition their government and speak freely about decisions that affect their homes, their water, and their power grid. If comments like that were made, calling residents anti-capitalist doesn't just mischaracterize these constituents. It's designed to delegitimize them so their concerns are dismissed. And here's why that matters specifically. Compare those private remarks reported private remarks to the public statement issued by your office about the moratorium vote. In that statement, we're told that concerns from residents are legitimate. We're told that the city recognizes that data center policy matters deeply to residents. We're told you'll continue listening, citing a Gallup poll showing that 7 in 10 Americans oppose data center development in their communities. So if you said that, you cannot have it both ways. You cannot release public statements praising public engagement and then stand in a private room full of investors and developers and dismiss the same residents as anti-American agitators. If that's what was said, that is talking out of both sides of your mouth. Public accountability doesn't pause when the cameras go off. We are watching, we are listening, and may I remind you, we have friends everywhere.
Catherine Godby will be followed by Victoria Parga. Is Catherine here? No. Victoria Parga? Holly Curran? Janice Vensil? Okay. Janice will be followed by Maria Pacheco. Oh, okay, sorry. Holly, is this Victoria coming down? No. Holly. Okay, Holly will be first. Thank you.
First, I would like to thank the council and the mayor for actually listening to all of these comments. We have other governing bodies where they won't listen to what we actually have to say. I would like to respectfully request that the zoning case 26041 be put on hold. We actually do care in this community about what happens to our children. The moratorium is for a purpose, and that's for all of us to be more informed. We will not be completely informed inside of 60 days, but we will be more informed. So taking a look at whatever facts we can dig up in the next 60 days would help us to determine what is the best solution for Fort Worth as a community. The second thing is because of my own personal circumstances living in a semi-rural area, I have had a zoning case in my area that was a problem to me personally. And so I learned a lot more about how zoning and development works than I ever wanted to. And it is very concerning to me that some of the boxes have not been checked here, that the stormwater drainage has not been assessed. And if there is a concern about a historical designation that has not been looked into, I would respectfully request that we actually honor that. Thank you.
Ms. Van Seal will be followed by Maria Pacheco.
Hello. Thank you for giving me a chance to speak. I'm a concerned constituent of Fort Worth from the area code 76107, and I'd like to echo one of the many voices here that wants to table the vote and postpone any plans to expand data centers. Just kind of to echo a lot of the concerns, there's a lot of repercussions that a lot of us are familiar with, like the noise pollution, environment pollution, like there's those vibrational frequencies, they're impacting people's sleep, they're causing health problems. Those generators cause a lot of air pollution, lead to respiratory issues, and these data centers are just implemented in marginalized communities, our Black and Brown communities. And so, any expansion is, I think counterproductive. So I just wanted to join the sea of voices that want to table the vote or encourage you to table the vote. And just remind that kind of what has been talked about earlier this morning, there are things that people do want to fund, things like, supporting artists, like the artists that were here earlier this morning, or, our fire department. There's a lot of other issues that could benefit from like all the money going into this. So, I just, wanted to join all the other people who want to ask you guys to pretty please table the vote and consider, going back, because I know it's like everyone's saying it's a done deal, but it's never too late to change. It's never too late to do the right thing. And so I want to just humbly encourage you guys to table the vote and thank you for hearing me out. Table the vote, please. Thank you.
Jalen Gordon will be followed by Christopher Santos. Jalen, followed by Christopher Santos, and then Lily Boone.
Okay. I want to start by saying, I know someone said earlier that this isn't an issue that's on the table, but this is an issue that's on the table because we said that it's an issue that's on the table. Someone said earlier that they built facilities to the highest standards. So these are the standards that we are working with. It's currently in the triple digits outside, record-breaking heat. A farmer has reported that every single calf that has been born after a data center has been built in his community has been born stillborn. It's killing our food supply before it even arrives. The grid is breaking all over the country. We have Tennessee with the most, followed by Nevada, California, Indiana, and I'll also say, God bless the people of Gary, Indiana. And now we can add Houston's 5th ward to that list, Arkansas and Ohio. And with approval of this zoning, Texas will be added to that list. So my question is, when it does get added, what's your plan? When your home loses power for 14 days, food rotting in the fridge, you can't even flush your own toilet. You're sitting in a home where it's triple digits outside. What exactly is your personal plan? When you run out of water, what's your plan? When we run out of a food supply because there is no water, what exactly is your plan? When your children look at you and ask, what was your role in making this happen as a city council representative, my question to you is, what's your plan? Luck has a tendency to favor the prepared, and I can guarantee you the most prepared individuals are the organizers, the activists, the anti-data center folks. We are actually the most prepared. And when that time comes for you to then ask us what we should do next, please know that many of us might simply look at you and say, your parish is your problem. It's not what you're doing to us, it's really what you're doing to yourselves. Table the vote, and I'll extend that and say, don't approve for this data center to be built. For your own sake, because we all actually know that you don't have a plan.
Christopher Santos will be followed by Lily Boone.
Hello, my name is Christopher Santos. I would like to say I disapprove of this plan for Black Mountain to add a data center to my neighborhood. Please table the vote. Thank you.
Steven Sanchez will be followed by Wesley Kirk. Mr. Sanchez here. Thank you. Wesley Kirk will be followed by Alexander Montalvo.
This morning I went down to Lon Stevenson and Royal Crest to go talk to a couple of residents. It was a riveting experience. The young lady back here that said that they lived right across the street, I also talked to somebody across the street, Mr. Worley. vehemently against the data center being there entirely. The people that are right there at that buffer, of that 150-foot buffer that's on discussion on this zoning, like I've told y'all before, I already have shown y'all before on data, on what I've recorded. I've recorded it at the proposed feat that you guys had on the amendments for data center regulations, or new proposals for data center regulations. I went to those distances and recorded at those distances, and I let you hear at those distances. I showed you the chart at those distances, at 250 feet, y'all. What are we doing? Just table it. I go on the ground, right? I'm an engineer. I walk places. I just walk into places a lot of the time, and I get the information I need. I walk onto sites. I get a job. That's usually how it happens. I go talk to people. Are you a good neighbor, Mayor Parker? Do you know all your neighbors? Do you know all your neighbors, Chris? Do you know all your neighbors along your block? I do. I go talk to the people. And that's what y'all have to do. You can't just sit in the office and expect things to get done, or I guess you want them to get done without any opposition, and that's what it feels like. But I'm giving you the objective information here, and it seems like we've already made the decision. This should have been tabled. This should have been punted. I shouldn't be talking right now, because that's what y'all do. Y'all punt when I need to speak. I've tried to speak on this the very first time, or I guess the second time y'all had it on the docket. Got punted. I came to warn y'all that I was about to go record all these places. I've given you a baseline. It's quiet. You're going to ruin peace. Just table it, please. Thank you.
Are Lily Boone or Carlos Silva here? Did I miss those in the list? Okay, thank you. Lily, come on down, and then Carlos, and then Wesley Kirk. I don't think he's
here. Hello, my name is Lily, and I'm a resident of Fort Worth in District 9. I'm speaking out against this item for it to be tabled. I don't believe Black Mountain has any place in our city, nor anywhere for that matter. Hyperscale data centers, driven in large part by the AI boom, have represented an irresponsible form of development that puts corporate interests and short-term economic promises ahead of the people who actually live here. After hearing from residents across Fort Worth and Greater Tarrant County, it is evident that people are deeply concerned about these data centers and are upset at the lack of serious consideration of their impacts on our communities, our infrastructure, our water, and our shared environment. At the August 11th City Council meeting, this council voted unanimously to consider a data center moratorium so that more information could be gathered and stronger regulations could be considered. That process should matter when you consider Black Mountain. This is a development happening in a place where families, children, and everyday working class people live. A hyperscale data center does not make sense in this place, nor did it previously, which is why this council voted to rezone the space to allow for this center to get started developing, jeopardizing the health and well-being of its own constituents. Why must we approve this project now while the city is working through a moratorium process and developing new regulations for data centers? If this project is anticipated to require more zoning additions in the future, why should this project get to move ahead before this council has finished deciding what responsible data center development looks like in Fort Worth? I've heard Fort Worth be referred to as the unexpected city. I like this to be true. But for that to be true, we need to be a city willing to challenge corporate interests, a city willing to take accountability for past mistakes, a city willing to treasure its environment and its beautiful spaces like the Weston Gardens over short-term economic profit, and a city willing to take a stand for the people who live, work, and breathe here, who have come down over and over again here to plead with you to consider our lives over your own interests. Fort Worth deserves better. Please vote no, or consider tabling this motion.
Carlos Silva, followed by Wesley Kirk.
Y'all listen to Culture Wall?
Do you guys like Culture Wall? He was at the Stockyards. I saw him. He has a song that goes, "The devil wears a suit and tie." They're even talking about taking bites of apples. I think you guys need a reminder, and we've been trying to remind you over and over and over again how government works. The people tell you what they want, and you, the elected officials, do it. Or you do your best to do it. And when you can't do it, you give us a good reason why you can't do it. And you educate people so that then they go to the next level of government and they say, hey, my city told me they don't have the power to do this. Mr. State Legislator, I want you to pass a bill that says they can. But if you just hide things from us, you hide behind incompetent websites that have a terrible sign-up form, you hide behind flip-flopping your messaging saying you're not considering a moratorium and then you are considering a moratorium, you give us a data center committee that's supposedly looking into the impacts of data center, and less than a week later you move forward or are being asked to move forward with the thing that brought this whole item to the forefront in the first place. We don't want Black Mountain. It's not that we just don't want data centers. We don't want Black Mountain or anybody else building data centers. So it irks me that we have to keep coming up here to tell you over and over again at every stage what it is we want you to do, and you keep seemingly ignoring us. You don't look at anybody in the eye. You look down, Mr. Carlos Flores, Mr. Charlie Losserdoff, Mr. Jay Chapa. Okay? We're coming up here in the middle of the day to tell you that we don't want Black Mountain. Again, you've forgotten that this is representative government where the people tell you what they want. You think you're beholden to capitalist overlords that tell you they want to bet on the stock market and make $1 billion in a day because they have the data centers that can do the fancy new AI that's taken over the world and is going to replace every single worker in 5 years. They want to bet on that. They want to bet the future of Fort Worth residents, of babies, of families, of children in this city, and you're letting them do it. So table this discussion, table every other discussion, move forward with the committee, and just stop building data centers in Fort Worth. Thank you.
Mr. Kirk is not present. Alexander Montalvo. Alexander will be followed by Denise Gordon.
All right, let's focus on what is the power source or the influence source of Rhett Bennett. So he has some dollars he throws y'all's way. But when it comes to trying to replicate an organizing effort for his financial benefits and for his company, he is horrible at trying to do any of that work. Not only have they been paying, no telling how much money to Facebook to try to advertise a survey, no telling who he's paid on his staff to try to convince people to come to the community. And yeah, we'll admit there's a few people who came that was willing to speak on their behalf, which is so unfortunate because it did not help their case whatsoever. It has been over a year since the original zoning case, I believe. There's been all of this fervor around the concerns of data centers and the impacts to our communities. And yet Rhett Bennett, with all his dollars, can't do anything of substance when it comes to rallying the people for his cause. Why? Because his cause is just about making himself rich, being a billionaire, and exploiting our resources. And guess what? The people are not behind that type of effort in our city. Now, the city council we have before us may be more about the billionaire city council than the actual city of Fort Worth. But y'all need to understand that this vote that you're about to make, if you decide to push forward with a vote, people have suggested tabling it, people have suggested saying no. If you decide to vote on this, this is it for your political career. Like, this vote is the one. Now, there's plenty of reasons for people to vote you out. There's plenty of things that you've done that have not helped the people. But I want you to understand that come May, this vote is going to be what's played over and over and over. And your political career is done. And if you want to maintain city manager, Jay Chapa, consider that in question with what this vote ends up doing. So while these billionaires may be able to buy their city council, what they can't buy is the people of Fort Worth. And the people of Fort Worth are showing you over and over and over, we are getting organized more and more by the day. And there is nothing that's going to stop us for November, and there's nothing that's going to stop us come May. And it is time for you to get on the side of the people.
Our next speaker is Denise Gordon. Denise will be followed by Emily Dial.
Good afternoon. Thanks for listening to us all. My name is Dr. Denise Gordon, and I want to emphasize it's not a medical degree, it's a PhD. And the three passions that I have behind that degree is, of course, education. Next comes the environment. And the third passion would be chemistry. Now, several other people behind me have spoken about the problems with data centers. You know, Texas always wants to be the big and the best and the most. So right now in West Texas, there's a data center that's over 11,000 acres. It's called Stargate. And it is out in West Texas where there's hardly any water. So once a data center starts, it's kind of like a cancer. It will start growing. They have an extension of one building, but they want another and another. So the negatives, besides what you have heard, I'm going to throw in some chemistry. For the air pollution, because it does take diesel to run those substations, well, we've got nitrous oxide, nitrogen dioxide, carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, methane, sulfur dioxide, and even formaldehyde coming out of the data centers. So are you going to ask yourselves, is Black Mountain going to clean with scrubbers before they release the air? But it's in those thermal plumes that's so hot. Now, one gentleman said that it would increase 4 degrees, but I don't know if he said Fahrenheit or Celsius. I read that it will increase 2 degrees within the surrounding area, and that's miles. For the water pollution, is it going to be a closed loop because they have to cool all those cells, or is it an open loop where they'll be releasing water and drawing in those 5 million gallons of water a day? Most of the data centers say they will be using recycled energy. Whoa.
You're okay, you have 30 seconds. Please keep going.
For the water pollution, if it's going to be released, and because this is Texas, we've got hard water, they're going to have to use biocides, which is corrosive inhibitors. They will also be using probably anti-scaling agents, because if you got pipes, you know that it plugs up with the hard water, and that's nitrites and malabates. There's a wastewater discharge.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Emily Dial. Miss Dial will be followed by Zachary Chris. I pause that Ms. Epps already spoken. Is Emily present? Zachary Chris? Okay. Mr. Chris will be followed by Daryl Washington.
All right, good afternoon, Mayor, council members. My name is Zachary Chris. I am a over 60-year member of the Fort Worth Forest Hill community. In that time, I watched Fort Worth grow as a city, but grow with character. That's one thing I'm proud of with Fort Worth. We've maintained our character. But one thing I think we should not forget, that character does not mean stand still. Fort Worth has shown growth in a lot of areas. And I made a few notes. Arlington has built an identity around the Cowboys and the Rangers. Dallas has built an identity around the Mavericks and the Stars. Fort Worth has taken a different path. We've been innovative with aviation, logistics, medicine, culture, and our Western heritage. So now we have an opportunity to host a digital infrastructure in Fort Worth. Not very many cities could attract such a project, but Fort Worth has. So the scale alone doesn't excuse weak planning. That's why I applaud the moratorium. But by the same token, I think that's why this revised plan really does matter. Because they came to the table with one thing, and they have made some revisions to improve the project that they already brought before the council. So it's very important that I say Rhett and Black Mountain has already demonstrated support for our community in many ways. And these are not like short-term commitments. These are commitments that are long-term to support the students in our community. So this project can add substantial taxable value, construction and technical work, and opportunity for our local businesses and community members. So I want to thank Fort Worth Council for looking for growth, ways that we can overcome some of these deficits that we're having in our budget, at the same time allow people to pour into our communities. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Daryl Washington, followed by Dwayne Washington.
How you guys doing? Hey, I'm gonna cut straight to the point. I'm for and I'm for not. I'm for the data center, meaning, and I'm for not for the data center. It's two different things. I'm for it, got good goals. Education, you're gonna bring computers in, they're gonna work on technology, the economy gonna grow, you're gonna create jobs, a lot of other things that's good for the community that's gonna come. I'm for that. The bad part, you got a bunch of people in here think that it's bad on the water, the electricity, you're gonna cause kids harm, and so many other different things. So I think what the guy needs to do is, so we stop bickering, is get the guy with black stone, because if it was named white stone, would it be different? Think about it. If it was, so I just want to ask that. But my whole point is, let the guy from Blackstone get with the community that's against it and try to put these numbers together and show that it don't harm goats, it don't harm cows or any of that other things. Let's put it together and get this, and so they can get the numbers together so we can move forward and stop bickering at one another. Let's get in so everybody can win. Let's get out, we're gonna shout. So, I'm out of here. Like Bobby Brown say, I'm out of here.
Our next speaker is Dwayne Washington. Mr. Washington will be followed by Darian Christian Gray.
I'm Dr. Washington, no relation, but thank you. Good afternoon, Mayor and council members. I have a very unique perspective on today, and I'll tell you why in just a moment, but I do love this process. I love everyone coming up, and there's different debates, there's different perspectives, and it's really what we need, a good, healthy conversation. But I'm here today to actually speak in favor of the proposed site plan for the data center. The powers that be actually did meet with the community there in Forest Hill and revise the footprint that is there, and that's appreciated. But I do want to let you know that more broadly, I approve the concept in general. I was born, raised, educated, worshiped, preach, and teach right here in the city of Fort Worth, business here in the city of Fort Worth. I grew up not too far from where this data center is going. I'm actually somebody who spent their whole life, their whole adult life, in the tech industry. I won't tell you how long that's been, but it's been a long time. And as someone who has worked in a data center, I have a very unique perspective of all of this. And I can tell you this, that most of us use the data center before we even brushed our teeth this morning. If your cell phone woke you up and you checked the weather, guess what? You probably were connected to a data center. If you read scripture before you got out of bed on the phone, that app was probably connected to a data center. If you use Facebook, data center. Email, data center. Ask Google a question, data center. YouTube, data center. ChatGPT, you definitely used a data center. If you use Starbucks on the way here and use your debit card, guess what? You are using a data center. If your wife has Amazon on speed dial and is on first name basis with the delivery driver, another data center. But the point is this, data centers aren't some strange technical sound thing. It's literally a building with a bunch of computers. And it's not a situation where that we're looking for infrastructure that doesn't exist. We're already doing this right now. That infrastructure is supporting the life we're currently living today. We don't think about the infrastructure behind electricity every time we flip open a light. We don't think about the infrastructure behind water every time we turn on a faucet. And to be honest, most of us don't think about the infrastructure behind the digital lives that we live every single day when we pick up our phones. But that infrastructure has to exist somewhere. It's not in a cloud. It literally is in a building. Ironically, the building that we're talking about is not only right around the corner from where I grew up, it's actually across the street from where a friend of mine.
Thank you, Mr. Washington. Our next speaker is Dandrian Christian Gray.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I am Dr. Dandrian Gray, and I serve in higher education and workforce development for over 2 decades, even though I may not look like it. Because large infrastructure investments have become powerful training ecosystems where employers, schools, colleges, and community partners work together, a data center campus needs more than computer scientists. Its construction and operation involves electricians, mechanics, technicians, control specialists, network and cybersecurity professionals, not to mention safety teams, security personnel, project managers, logistic providers, landscapers, and many more. Fort Worth can use this project not only just to expand apprenticeships, credentials, internships, veterans, pathways, and supplier development programs, but also for our children. We should be precise about public decisions. This site has existing plan development, zoning for the underlying usage, and formal amendment and revised state plans. It includes the substation, a 40-foot maximum height that supports a smaller 2-level footprint, 150-foot maximum setback near residential zoning, a parking alignment with the staffing model. The Zoning Commission unanimously recommended approvals. I commend these developers. The city should pair approval with expectation that convert investment into local capacity. Regular workforce meetings, accessible procurement information, schools and colleges partnerships, transparent reporting, and meaningful outreach to communities near the site will and should continue to happen. A proposed $10 billion project can strengthen the commercial tax base and create significant economic activity. Its greatest legacy, however, should include people who gain skills and business that gain opportunity. I urge the council to approve ZC 26041, enforce the improved plan, and challenge every partner to make Fort Worth Talent part of the project from the beginning. Thank you for your time.
Tate Hennigan, followed by Dolores Macon. And pardon me, it's Tata, I believe. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Dolores Macon, and I work in healthcare in my profession. Responsible decisions rarely come from pretending there is no risk. They come from identifying risks, using evidence, applying safeguards, and monitoring results. That is how Fort Worth should approach the Black Mountain Project. Questions about noise, lightning, water, power, air quality, traffic, and emergency preparedness deserve serious answers. Applicable permits to city standards should be mandatory, measurable, and enforced. The developer should communicate openly with nearly residents and report on compliances. But risk management also requires to use compare realistic options. The underlying data center use has already been established through prior zoning. ZC 26041 is a form of amendment to that plan development and includes a revised site plan. This revision increases the residential setback to 150 feet and allows to level design that reduces the footprint. The zoning commission unanimously recommended approval. The project also offers real public value, a private investment measured in billions, a stronger commercial tax base, and opportunities in construction, electrical work, engineering, technology, security, maintenance, and local services. We should not make guarantees about exact tax revenues or job counts that have not been documented. We do not need to. The verified scale and the improved plan provides a strong basic for support. I respectfully ask you to approve Z626041, requires transparent environmental and operation compliances, and choose responsible progress over an outdated or less protected plan.
Dolores Macon, followed by Wanda Bell. Oh, sorry. I'm making sure I didn't miss Tata Hennigan, correct? Okay. Wanda Bell, okay.
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council members. My name is Tara Hennigan, and I wanted to start with, I love Fort Worth because we have never needed to be a copy of anyone. Arlington has the Cowboys and the Rangers. Dallas has the Mavericks and the Stars. Those Arlington has are powerful regional brands. Fort Worth has something different before it. The chance to our powerful regional brands. Fort Worth has something different before it. The chance to become home to a private digital infrastructure complex with an investment measured at approximately $10 billion. I do support the Black Mountain Project. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dolores Macon, followed by Wanda Bell. Sorry, Ann McMarion. Is Ann present? Thank you.
To you all. My name is Ann McMarion. I am a working mother who cares deeply about both the opportunity and quality of life in Fort Worth. When families hear about a project this large, we naturally ask hard questions. Will it be a good neighbor? Will the city enforce noise and lighting rules? What about water, power, traffic, air quality, and emergency planning? Those questions should not be brushed aside. They should be answered through permits, conditions, monitoring, and continued public communication. But we should also be clear about the decision before the council. The data center use has already been established through prior zoning. ZC 26041 is an amendment to the existing planning development and includes a revised site plan. The new design increases the setback near residential zoning up to 150 feet and uses two-level layouts that reduces the ground footprint. In other words, the choice is not simple. A data center or no data center, the choice includes whether the community receives a more neighborhood-conscious plan. As a mother, I also want my children to grow up in a city with a strong tax base, modern infrastructure, skilled career, and local opportunities. A billion dollar private investment can help create that future through construction, technical work, suppliers, and ongoing operations. I support the revised plan because it moves in the right direction. Please approve ZC 26041, enforce every standard, and keep listening to the families who live closest to the site. Thank you.
Council, that is the conclusion of our speakers on this zoning item. I'll turn now to the floor for any comments or questions for staff. Councilmember Nettles.
Yes, Mayor. Time is well spent. Thank you guys for coming to speak on this zoning case, or this site plan, actually. If we can have city staff, maybe the city attorney and zoning, as well as if Black Mountain can come. We got 3 mics here. I want to ask some questions. I don't want you guys to have to keep going back and forth.
EJ, please just let's finish the meeting. Would love to. Let's just please. Do you want to leave or do you want to stay? Your choice. No, I would love for you to stay and let's just have a great meeting and finish. I really don't want you to leave. I'd like you to stay. Thank you. Mr. Nettles.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. There was a couple of things that were said. I have some questions all over my iPad. A couple of questions as regards to the site plan and the feet that you're proposing from the neighborhood to the building. What is on the site plan?
On the site plan, the buildings we outlined, those 4 buildings, all of them are greater than 300 feet from adjacent residences, from the property lines. So 300 feet is the correct number there.
Okay, so this 150 feet that's on this increase is increasing what you guys have already put in place?
It's increasing from 80 to 150, but when you look at the actual buildings that we laid out, those buildings are 300 feet from the property lines, so even more than the zoning request change.
Okay, please no outbursts. You have already spoken, ma'am. Staff, it's not in the site plan, so is there a way that if this is approved, we can amend it to 300 feet? Because he's basically saying 75 feet plus 150.
The site plan correctly depicts 300 feet. If you wanted to make it even more restrictive, then a floor amendment can be made by the council to reflect what the site plan actually provides.
There was a question about diesel fuel. Will this company, will they be using diesel fuel?
Yes, and I think one of the statements was that the substation uses diesel fuel. I'd probably point out substations exist to take grid power, step it down from larger transmission lines to consumptive level voltages. And so that is not something where you have on-site generation. That's not where you have a power plant. So running 24/7, 365 diesel engines was not an accurate statement. Will we have backup generation on site for when power goes out 10, 20 hours a year? We will, either natural gas turbines or backup gen sets, but there's no 24/7, 365 engines running.
Thank you. The type of investment that would be into Everman ISD, I believe, is about $111 million per year on property tax once completely built out. Is that an accurate statement?
It is. Yeah, completely unabated, built out, 970 megawatts. If you use the Tarrant County's online tax calculator, I've done the math numerous times, it works out to about $111 million per year to Everman ISD, who notably their budget today is $85 million. So you're talking 2 times the resources available to that ISD and those kids, and I think that's pretty powerful.
Okay, I want to ask a couple from staff. Thank you, Brad. I think that might, unless anyone else have questions for him. Staff, I believe this zoning request was approved January 2025 and September 2025. Today, we're actually voting on a site plan, not actually whether or not the data center can be built. Can you speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And Council, my name is Dave McCorkadale with Development Services. The entitlements for the zoning is in place. They're asking to increase the setback, increase the height, and approve the site plan. In absence of any other decisions made today, the entitlement is still there for the data center use.
Okay, and I think, I don't know if it was January or September, we required this, the council required them to do a site plan, because normally a site plan is not required, but because of the neighborhood and the community asking so many questions, this council required them to do a site plan. Is that an accurate statement as well?
Yes, sir. The original request was a site plan waiver. This council required the site plan.
Okay. I have a question about, there was a lot of conversation about tabling the vote and waiting for the recommendations that we have put in place with the moratorium as well as with the committee, the task force. Whatever comes through with the task force in the next 90 days, will this case have to abide by those recommendations?
Essentially, no. As the zoning staff has indicated, there are entitlements in place, that they already have their development regulations in place. And so the moratorium or even the regulations adopted by or recommended by the DCIC, they're not retroactive. They would be for any new data centers coming into the city itself.
Okay, thank you. And the recommendations that were proposed by city staff, has Black Mountain or the developer met those recommendations or beyond those recommendations?
I believe they have, according to staff, zoning staff.
Can I get a more clear, precise answer?
Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. DJ Harrell, Director of Development Services. Yes, some of our recommendations included urban forestry, tree mitigation, and preservation on site. The proposed site plan meets and exceeds those typical standards that we would see with those type of applications. With regard to drainage, they're still reviewing the drainage for the area, but they're also looking at when they're combining the entire site, to detain on site. There was a lot of testimony about, the lot-to-lot drainage, so I wanted to clarify that there'll also be detention on site that would mitigate any adverse impact on the neighboring properties.
Councilmember Beck and then Councilmember Larsdorf. Go ahead.
Sorry, I just had a quick question for you, DJ, to follow up on that. You said that there will be detention on the, and I don't have it right in front of me, but is that shown in the site plan or is that in future zoning change
Yes.
requests?
So thank you for that question. So the approval of this site plan does not waive or defer any additional development standards for the site. So it still has to meet like the TIA assumptions. It still has to meet the drainage assumptions. It also has to go through platting and the rest of the development process. And so they're unable they're going through a drainage study review at this time. So we don't know the size or the location of the detention pond. However, the current proposal includes that.
The current site plan includes a detention pond.
The current site plan for the drainage study.
That does not make sense to me, DJ. So we have a site plan, right? And that site plan, as it was shown today, does it have a placeholder for a detention pond?
I'm not sure. I don't think that it does.
So then I guess what I'm trying to ask is there, when you tell me there's a placeholder, that means that we don't know where it's going. And so I'm uncertain on why we would vote on something today that it could potentially change based on, or could it potentially change based on this study?
Well, the site layout is not going to change. The open space that is currently provided, it will be where the detention pond is proposed.
Okay, thank you.
If I could clarify one thing on that. So when we look at a drainage study, that's a part of platting the property. It has nothing to do with the zoning action before City Council today. So you handle zoning first, then you do your drainage study, and that's part of the plat of the property. So zoning and drainage don't go together. Drainage is handled later.
Councilmember Larsdorf.
Thank you, Mayor. So I don't have any questions, just some comments. Do we want to do comments now, or?
You can, go ahead.
Okay, perfect. So one to the residents who actually came out in support of this, honestly, I just want to apologize the way some of you guys were treated today. Ms. Tackett was correct, and for the gentleman who said we don't listen, I do, and I have some notes. Ms. Tackett said the Americans have the right to petition government. That includes you all, so it includes those with differing opinions than others who may speak. So she was correct in that. Mr. Silva, you mentioned that the government works for the people and we have to do what they say. And if there's differing views, what does the government do in that case? They listen and they make decisions. So he was partially correct in that. So back to the grades thing, B minus on that one. Mr. Carrion, you brought up Republican versus Democrat, yet you're here in a shirt peddling your partisan candidate of choice, so irony's not lost on me there. But really, to those residents, again, I want to apologize for the allegations that he put out against you guys, especially the clergy, saying that you guys are taking money just like he's doing right now. So I hope he gets those clicks and subscribes that he's looking for in that case. I think it's quite interesting, especially the signs, saying no. If we say no to this, which we've heard before already, the data center would continue to be built. However, it would hurt that neighborhood even more as far as the concessions that they've been asking for and getting. So the irony, again, is not lost on me there. But again, to those folks who came out to speak in support, you haven't been up here. I don't think I've seen many of you up here, so thank you for coming out. We deal with this all the time where we're chastised whether we do something they like or not. And quite frankly, there's some on this dais that could cure cancer and end homelessness. And however, there's still going to be some basement dwellers that hate us. So I guess welcome to the club, to the rest of you. Just sorry you had to put up with that. So that's all my comments, Mayor.
Councilmember Deborah Peoples. Try it one more time. I'm sorry. Let me try. There you go. No, I don't know. I'm going to try again. There we go.
Okay.
Well, so thank you, and for everybody that came out today, thank you, thank you, thank you. I know that this process is long and you had other places you'd rather be, but you stuck with us, and I am grateful. But I had a question that I wanted to ask, and Jess, maybe you can help me with this. I know that, Chris, you said that the decisions that the DCIA make do not impact this data center, but just one of the things you talked about, and I just want to be sure, can we go back and ask if once the DCIA comes up with some recommendations, can we go back and ask Black Mountain if they'd be willing to comply with those new recommendations?
It's not me. There we go. Under state law, and this is what we've talked about at every briefing so far because we want people to understand this, state law gives the landowner and the developer the right to choose to stay under the development rules in place at the time that they start the process. That does not mean that we cannot ask any developer to comply with our new rules, and we've been doing that. Now, at this time, we do not have any new rules. They are still being contemplated in what direction we go. We can certainly ask that of any developer. They can say yes, and they can also say no and still stay within their rights under state law.
Okay. So thank you. So should we choose today to wait till we got the new regulations, we could go back and ask Mr. Bennett and Black Mountain if they'd be willing to comply with that.
Yes, I think.
Okay, all right. No, that's all I wanted to know. I mean, I just wanted to know if that were a possibility.
Yeah. Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's just like today. They have development standards already in place that have been adopted. They can choose to stay under those development standards. They're coming to the table now to say we want to amend that. We want to increase our setbacks and increase the height. In the future, they can do the same and they can choose. That's exactly how it works. Yeah. Okay, thank you.
Anyone else? Thank you. Councilmember Hall, go ahead.
So I'm going to be honest. I am not the best extemporaneous speaker. That is certainly not my gift. This case has really given me a tremendous amount of anxiety and has weighed really heavily on my heart and mind. All the time that we've had to consider it and the continuances and the information that's been coming forward, the information I've sought on my own. And it doesn't weigh just because I'm a council member, it weighs on me generally as a resident, a parent, taxpayer, all the things. And I really have been struggling to kind of find a balance on how to inform my decision-making on this because I obviously believe that we need to have regulations. There's no hesitance in me professing that. And I obviously support having a moratorium, and my votes and opinions also reflect that. And the only way that today I came here and I thought, I'll keep score. I just really have been trying to find a plausible, reasonable way. I've talked to stakeholders in the community. I've talked to leaders in the community. I've talked to my colleagues. I've talked to academics. I've talked to activists, and certainly from people in my own district. But what I heard today is some misinformation, which I'm glad people have asked questions to clarify. Voting no today, we're voting against a site plan, okay? If there was ever a time to have been out talking about this topic, it precedes today. This is about a site plan. We get to choose A site plan or B site plan. And so we've heard from a number of people today, those of which who live, all of them live here as residents of Fort Worth, but we've also heard from people who live most proximate to the actual proposed site. This is not District 6. So for me, I always want to represent the people who are most impacted. And from what I hear, the people most impacted are deciding between Do they want site plan A or do they want site plan B? And so to me, that's the question at hand. I can't stop a data center from being there. There's gonna be a data center there in either regard. And so to me, the most important part is to provide for the protections or the site plan that is least intrusive, I guess, on the people that it's going to be the most proximate to. So that is where I am on this. I'm looking forward to hearing the recommendations from the commission. They're much needed, eagerly awaiting them. And I definitely want to continue on the moratorium process. But unfortunately, this was a case that was already in the pipeline, and it's toothpaste out of the tube. And at this point, I want to do what's best for the residents that it greatly impacts. That's all I have.
Councilmember Crane.
Hello. Yeah, following on that then, Chris, I don't know if you're planning to do this, but since we've already talked about increasing the setback on paper, I'd like to offer that amendment, which also puts that on paper, a further setback than the 150 required, so at least the community has that assurance. I don't know the process there, but I need to say something more than that to amend the site plan for 300 feet.
I believe the site plan already reflects that, and so if you wanted to just reflect in the motion, it would just to be.
That's exactly what I want to do.
To amend the setback and increase it to 300 feet.
Yes.
To single family.
Okay, done.
So are you making a motion, Councilmember Crane? Okay, just double checking, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions or comments from council on this item? No? Again, I really do appreciate everyone that's been here today and spent their time. I hope that you felt like you were heard. I know that there's quite a bit of angst around this issue, not just in Fort Worth, but all over the country. I've said this so many times, whether it was in private meetings or public meetings, we've got to find a better way to communicate. I know I may not always agree with Mr. Carrion or other speakers here today. I can certainly tell there's plenty of hatred towards me personally. I've felt that many times. But the point is this, that leadership is difficult, and this is one of those moments. I think this is a really important option for residents, and I cannot thank you enough to those that live in proximity to this particular data center for spending so much time literally in the weeds to understand what was best for your community. As did Dr. Hall, I listened to every single word you said and understood what you were asking for your community and for your neighborhood. And that is why I will be supporting the current alternative motion on the floor. Let me say this, we're gonna keep talking about data centers. The Data Center Infrastructure Commission will be in place very soon and come forward with regulations. A lot of discussion about 60-day timeline. Why do we put 60 days in place? Because I want our city to have some type of great regulatory framework before we enter legislative session so that we can be a good example, because we will lose control at that point. We do not know what the state plans on doing, and I think we can be a good example. I really do appreciate, I'm sorry I don't always say it right. You don't love that I'm your mayor and I'm your leader, right? But for such a time as this is why I'm here. I respect every colleague on this dais. They work incredibly hard to be here. They don't deserve personal attacks or vendettas. I'm really proud to serve with each and every one of you. So at this time, I've got a motion on the floor. Do I have a second? Motion and a second. Council, please vote. Motion carries.
Mayor, that concludes all of our action items, so that gets us to public comment.
Thank you. Let's take a 5-minute recess and come back to full public comment so everybody can use the restroom. Thank you.
All right, we're continuing with our public comments. First speaker, Bob Willoughby. 3 minutes, sir, followed by Conley Brewer.
Can you go to the center podium, please? Thank you.
Center podium, Bob.
I'm gonna trim too at the Commissioner's Court that you went 3 minutes. That's good. You did something good finally, Carlos, all these years. Okay, here's the thing right here. Chris Jamison, your website, watch, he won't look. He's not gonna look because he knows about him. Your website, your endorsements were Maddie Parker, Ramirez, which Commissioner Ramirez, which was the president of POA. You got the POA on there, Firefighter Association. The only ones you don't have under your supporters is Charles Manson and Hitler. That's all it's missing. You couldn't pick the worst bunch of people ever to put down for endorsements because you don't know what you're doing, Chris. You never been to a council meeting, Chris. You never been to a bond meeting, Chris. You chucked your duties for other people to do it for you. And then here you sit. You're a waste of time to me. Like most council members, Deborah Peoples, a waste of time too. She's the same way. Mays, she's gone. And the POA, now here's the thing about the POA. It tells in here how they got Danny Scarp out and keep Carrie Moon in office. They brag about it in this book. Volume 4, chapter 18, this is the 4th volume. They brag how they take council members out and put them in. They own Mayor Parker. They own you. We don't. I wish these people down here know that we're not talking to council members and we're not talking to mayors. We're talking to puppets with sawdust in their head. If you'd been down here doing some time and going to council meetings like Deborah People, if she'd ever shown up one doing her civic duty, it'd be a different story. And look at old Chris over there. He got bought out. He used to be one of us. He got bought out. When he got enough money, he changed right away. So the real answer to the city of Fort Worth is to get a mayor first, because we can all vote there. We need a mayor on our side. And then we can start whittling these people out. And the POA, any candidate that takes donations from POA, Firefighter Association, is not a candidate. It's a puppet. And it's time to change them. And people that can't answer questions like Chris will run away. What a coward. You people are a disgrace. You really are. But anyway, I appreciate it. I get to come. And I thank Maddie Parker for being here. I'm glad she's here because she showed us how dummied down this city is to allow someone like her to sit here for that long, take away our rights, and treat people like crap. And you're a disgrace too, Deborah. You are a total disgrace. You're a sorry piece of a human being. I tell you, you never did your civic duties. You never came out to meetings. You didn't do nothing. And the election was 100% rigged. The only reason you're sitting there, and you know it was rigged. You know it. God knows it, and I know it. It was rigged, or you wouldn't be there. Enjoy it, Deborah. Judgment Day will be a different story.
Next speaker, Conley Brewer, followed by Adrian Smith.
Well, Mayor and council members, good afternoon. My name is Conley Brewer, and I'm a resident of District 6. I'm here today regarding transparency, financial disclosure, and information presented to Fort Worth residents concerning a member of this council. Public records involving council member Chris Nettles, Haven of Purpose Child Care Center, and Purpose-Driven Ministries raise substantial questions that deserve clarification. Councilmember Nettles' 2026 personal financial statement identifies him as self-employed and describes his occupation as owner of child care and after school. But Texas child care licensing records show that Haven of Purpose had been under voluntary suspension since July of 2024, reporting 0 children, 0 staff, before ultimately closing in April of this year. Yet the city's official biography continued to state that Councilmember Nettles owns and operates this center. Those circumstances alone warrant clarification, but we now know considerably more. On August 18th of this year, the Texas Department of Agriculture submitted a brief to the Texas Attorney General concerning records I requested. TDA states that the Haven of Purpose became Purpose-Driven Ministries when it began operating as a sponsor in the Federal Child and Adult Care Food Program. Following a review, TDA determined that the organization was seriously deficient, identifying non-compliances resulting in $787,872.77 in unallowable expenses and meal disallowances covering 2021 through 2023. With interest, the debt reached $794,175.76 when referred to the Attorney General for the lawsuit that was filed on August 6th of this month. Furthermore, records indicate that Purpose Driven Ministries and Councilmember Nettles himself were restricted from participating in the food program. I am asking for clarification about the basis and scope of that restriction. I want to be precise. The lawsuit is against the entity and not a judgment against Councilmember Nettles personally, and it does not establish personal wrongdoing. But we now have an official state agency stating that organization policy publicly associating with a sitting council member incurred nearly $800,000 in disallowed meals under a federally funded nutrition program. I respectfully ask the mayor and the council to determine whether these circumstances require correction of city information, clarification of financial disclosures, or referral to the appropriate city authority for review. I'm not asking this council to presume guilt. I am asking for transparency. Public trust requires one standard of accountability for everybody. Thank you.
Next speaker, Kevin Carlson, followed by Chris Wood.
Who you got, Mr. Flores?
Adrian Smith, you're next, followed by Kevin Carlson.
Yes, sir. Where there's smoke, there's fire. Fort Worth, we have a problem. It was previously reported in May of this year that our city is facing a $49 million budget shortfall for fiscal year 2027. Fast forward to now, August present day, it's being reported that our city is facing a $77 million budget shortfall for fiscal year 2027. But we can change that amount to $97 million. So it's actually $97 million. It's been reported that this projected shortfall derives from current property valuations coming in lower than expected. Let's be clear. The current property tax valuation isn't causation for the expected 2027 budget shortfall. It's the reckless, unaccounted spending by this mayor and council that happens on a weekly basis. When you vote things through without giving consideration for long-term costs in effect, this is the result we're left with. Former Councilwoman Gina Bivens once admonished me that reading was fundamental. No offense taken to what she said because it's true regarding the importance of reading. I think, however, the statement was more befitting for her then council colleagues, those who still currently sit before us this present day. One thing I do before presenting myself to speak at council meetings is study the council agenda in perspective to its impact it will have on our livelihoods as residents of this city. The collective tax dollars that come into the coffers by we the people are enough to accomplish necessary priorities for our city. My suggestions for better government efficiency. 1, we need a new city manager, someone with new ideas and perspectives who hasn't been part of the system that's been a Fort Worth way. 2, we need elected representation beginning with the mayor in every council district that governs our city, individuals that would serve the will of the people first above all else. 3, defund the CCPD. 4, move public presentation to the top of the city council agenda. 5, restore remote speaking that allows all Fort Worth residents to be a part of what governs our livelihoods. 6, restore standalone speaking on individual agenda items before you all implemented the Thomas Tolikasi Act. 7, someone recommended we get rid of Sasha Bass. We know that's done. I'm gonna leave it there. I want to say something, Mr. Larson, but I'm gonna leave it there. Oh yeah, leadership isn't hard if your heart is in the right place, and that's to the mayor.
Next speaker, Kevin Carlson, followed by Chris Wood.
Good afternoon, Council. I really appreciate you guys taking time to listen to me today. My name is Kevin Carlson. I'm a property owner within the community of Liberty Crossing, District 10. The image I'm displaying to you all today illustrates the impact of the current ongoing construction site at the entrance to my neighborhood. The Liberty Monument now appears abandoned and the flags still fly ragged and worn. To me, our entrance now resembles a salvage yard more than a neighborhood due to the commercial impacts. Property values are a huge concern for me. This photo is a great example of what happens to a residential environment when mixed with current zoning in this area. I'm here today out of concern for future development to the north side of Heritage Trace. It's an approximate 5 to 10 acre parcel. I need your help and request council to do a zoning change to ER Neighborhood Commercial Restricted. The property is on the northwest corner of Blue Mountain Road and Heritage Trace Parkway. Address is 9491 and 9261 Blue Mountain Road. I have supportive comments for this change request and names of the residents from Liberty Crossing that I have emailed today to Mayor Parker during this meeting. I understand this is a commercial property and potential future development, but we as a community need a more family-friendly zoning to minimize commercial impacts. I'm requesting that Mayor Parker, Councilman Jameson, and council to please help us preserve our community and rezone it to ER Neighborhood Commercial Restricted. That will help and minimize and limit the type of businesses that get put there so they shut down at night and don't have a 24/7 function, like the 7-Eleven that we lost to the south. That's being built and it's a mess, as you can see. They've got that whole entrance all tore up, and I don't even know who owns that monument, but it's ridiculous and it's disgraceful to see the US flag flowing that way. So if you guys want to take a visit over there sometime and take a look at the whole area, that would be awesome. And Mayor Parker spoke to me earlier in private and said something that she was going to refer me to someone just to have a meeting with them about all this. So.
All right. Yes, Dana Bertolf will probably be your best contact, sir. She's seated over there to your left.
All right.
Speak to her.
I appreciate it. I did it in 3 minutes, and thank you guys for your time, and I really do appreciate the work you guys are doing for us.
Thank you. Next speaker, Chris Wood, followed by Letitia Wellborn.
I'm Chris Wood from Willow Park. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. In late spring, I was living in a low-rent apartment in Fort Worth, District 6. The surrounding area was full of nicer homes and apartments, but my rent was extremely cheap because the complex had fallen into disrepair and there was an out-of-control bug infestation. Like many residents there, I would not have lived there if I could have afforded something better maintained. One Sunday morning, a distraught couple approached me. They had entered the apartment complex during the night, and their car was now missing from where they had parked it. I directed them to the leasing office to find a sign with a phone number to call. I often saw cars being towed from this complex, especially in the morning. The parking signs were difficult to see at night when entering the gated complex, so residents and visitors could miss the rules before parking. In low-rent apartment complexes, predatory towing can create sudden financial burdens that destabilize low-income families and contribute to evictions. Predatory towing practices have several harmful effects. First, they create disproportionate financial strain. Towing and storage fees can cost hundreds of dollars per incident. For low-income residents, a single $300 towing bill represents a significant portion of monthly income, forcing them to sacrifice essentials like food or medicine to retrieve their vehicles. Second, unclear policies can create inequitable outcomes. Many complexes have inadequate parking spaces combined with confusing, non-inclusive signage, such as parking rules posted only in English for communities where many residents may have limited English proficiency. This sets vulnerable residents up to fail. Third, when properties are under-maintained, while penalties are aggressively enforced, low-income tenants can experience the system as a way to extract additional fees rather than having a fair parking policy. Please, monitor towing practices at low-rent apartment complexes, especially those surrounded by higher-income properties where problems may go unnoticed. Please review whether towing rules are clearly posted, visible at night, available in languages residents can understand, fairly enforced, and adequate to protect tenants from sudden destabilizing costs. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Next up, Letitia Wilborn, followed by George Childs.
I just want to say I'm really saddened that the city is not taking the health of people into consideration. Y'all look at this part of town, the east side of town, as something where people don't matter, especially you, Charlie. I listened to the comments that you made today. People matter, their lives matter. You guys know that this Black Mountain is going to be disastrous to an area that is already nationally high in environmental issues, but y'all are not taking the people into account. Y'all are not taking babies into account, whether they are born or unborn. I sat here and listened to y'all make all of these negative comments time after time after time. Y'all act like Black and brown people do not matter. Mr. Nettles, it doesn't matter if you're a pastor because you will have to be accountable to God. You might not be accountable to me or anybody else in here. You have to be accountable to God. So some of these decisions that you guys think that y'all are making that are popular, it's not, because at the end of the day, y'all will have accountability. Environmental racism is real, and that is what's happening here in the city of Fort Worth. This particular side of town where Black Mountain is going, it's already highly polluted nationally, and y'all know it. But y'all keep adding to it. Y'all don't take any of the studies or the statistics into consideration. Most of those people that spoke here are not even Fort Worth residents. They live in Forest Hills. Zach has a home in Arlington. He coaches at O.D. Wyatt, but he does not live in Fort Worth. And I sit here and listen to y'all time after time after time downplay the citizens of Fort Worth acting like we don't matter. We're the citizens in Fort Worth. We do matter. And it's disturbing to me that you guys sit up and y'all keep passing all of this Black Mountain stuff because they have the money and everybody else is just Black and brown people. What about children? What about pets? Y'all know what the death rate is over there. Y'all know the cancer rates over there. Y'all know the statistics. But y'all keep adding stuff over there over and over and over like people do not matter. I sit here and look at Mr. Chapel. You just twisting around your shirt in your chair. People lives matter. Their health matters. Women who loses their babies, that matter. When people have to bury loved ones and pay medical bills for stuff that's happening because of the environmental issues over there, it matters. It might not matter to you. It matters to us. And I pray to God that he has his eyes on each and every last one of you. And I'm not praying for nothing bad because I believe in God and I know he's merciful. But I think that y'all's heart is in the wrong place because right now some of y'all might be getting paid. It seems like y'all getting paid because y'all do not have the people interest at heart. Period.
Next speaker, George Childs, followed by Peter Irving.
My name is George Vernon Childs. I live in Fort Worth. I'm acutely aware that no matter what I say or how I say it, the enduring impression, if any, may be, I've been doing this since Bob Boland was mayor, which I have through 7 mayors so far. I'm here today because of Councilmember Nettles saying on August 11th, quote, I know you don't have nobody to go home to, but I do, unquote. When I heard that, I also clearly heard the mayor saying years ago, quote, those of us who have a life outside of this building, unquote, thus plainly implying that those who were then frequently saying things she didn't agree with had nothing to do with their lives, but just that. Deja vu all over again. This t-shirt reading, quote, ad nauseum grandstander, unquote, was a reaction to that kind of venom against the First Amendment. It combines a word Councilmember Beck applied to Thomas Torlin-Cassi on June 28, 2022, when she was making it plain that he was the wrong gender to speak on sisterly issues, with a phrase favored at that time by some council members. I have another shirt of that vintage that reads, quote, oh, I thought this was a theater, unquote. This was my answer to the mayor telling Thomas that the then City Hall was not Casa Manana. Thomas died on September 7th, 2022. I had on the shirt I'm wearing on September 6th, 2022, when Thomas spoke the last sentence he ever said to City Council, quote, "When is the transparency and accountability coming?" Unquote. The April 22nd, 2023 Fort Worth report contained an interview of Councilmember Crane that included, quote, "If you're just trying to reach for 3 minutes of fame at a meeting to promote yourself or lob personal attacks, then I have no time for that nonsense," unquote. The nonsense that he did have time for was baiting Bob and Adrian as they started to speak, thus stealing part of their 3 minutes. This finally caused me to speak on October 8th, 2024 about the City Council Comedy Club. I understand that this can be as remote as the Battle of Hastings to some of the very dedicated and effective speakers who come here but have never seen this poison at work. But the serpent that attacks the speaker because it can't answer the message only slumbers. It stirred long enough on August 11th to bring me here. It slumbers and waits. And according to Ms. Tackett, it's not slumbering at all in more sheltered locations than here. There it is very active indeed.
Next speaker, Peter Irving, followed by Brian Patman. Is Peter Irving here? All right, moving on. Brian Patman. Okay, not here. EJ Carrion. And he'll be followed by Brent Beasley.
Alrighty, so what's cool about being a part of the people's side, it's a win-win regardless, right? When you have courage and you actually stand up against the establishment, a win that we get receipts on where your courage actually lies. So I want to make sure for the people to know what just happened. People signed up for public comments. They had people speak at the front end, and then they planned another 10 in the back end to create bookends to silence the real people. Man, if Chris Nettles worked this hard on actually listening to the community, he would have 1,000 people in here. But he worked really hard to get his 40 and 50. Deborah Peoples, I want to make sure you and I know something now. You always, when, we get the privilege to talk, you tell me that, I don't trust these, white progressives. Man, it's these white progressives that don't vote for Jasmine Crockett. And today, we just had 2 black city council members allowed rich white people prey on old black people to pass a vote. So we can make a hard time about white progressives when some people on this dais is in their Gina Bivens era. And so we have to understand that this safeguarding that we did for Elizabeth and Jeanette and Carlos, we all see it. And I've been coming here since last year. It was the DEI vote. It was the racial gerrymander proclamation. If I was you guys on this dais, I would have been in so much joy to have this kind of group behind you to actually move this city forward. You could watch Commissioner Elisa Simmons do that at the county level. And so, instead, y'all continue to choose the establishment rather than the people. And this is why we are still standing here today with this data center vote, because you don't know who else. We probably outnumbered who actually live in the area. Sue Weston Gardens, did it matter, Mia Hall? The guy who showed you flooding where a kid could drown, that didn't matter to you, Mia Hall? I recommend you guys watch Sinners and the movie Get Out. And you guys kind of decide, are you gonna continue to allow Jay Chapa? And I believe what I'm liking hearing Adrian say, we have to desperately move to a mayor form of government. Because in a city manager form of government, we will never beat the establishment. We will never. What you're seeing in New York, what you're seeing wherever where people actually are able to have the leverage, there is a full-on taking Fort Worth down to the studs. And if any of you had vision, you would have built the home with us. And now you got to move out.
Brent Beasley, followed by David Rodriguez. I don't see Brent here. Moving on, David Rodriguez, followed by James Smith.
So my public comments are going to be based on, quite frankly, what I find to be the sort of just utter carelessness and utter, I guess, disgust that Fort Worth City Council sometimes has for its constituents and its residents, as was exampled whenever Charlie Lauersdorf decides to go off and make fun of people. And just based off those comments, even from now, I'm going to read an and I quote from Mr. Lauersdorf himself. This is pretty embarrassing footage if a citizen clearly breaking the law is claiming something went wrong. I'm sorry, she, he, they, them, it didn't get the likes and subscribers you were hoping for, but maybe they should not get in the middle of a street. Surely they've heard, fuck around and find out. And that obviously means getting in the way of traffic. Be better humans. Signed, Charlie Lauersdorf. It has his whole thing, District 4. It has his whole city council member thing on the. So if the people are wondering how certain council members really view them, there's a pretty good example. And the video that I'm specifically referencing, you see at the beginning, there's a woman. She is recording. It goes, a car completely passes by her. She's in no danger and does not pose a threat to any vehicle. And yet, a truck of a sheriff's personal vehicle, he comes in and he goes and he parks, and puts himself right into that woman's way. So, what are we, and then, so again, this goes almost to what Mayor Maddie Parker is saying when she says there needs to be a better way to communicate between the residents and city council. But when we have council members who talk like this about their constituents in public, when you have people who treat others like this in private, where is the middle ground? Whenever it's been made clear that certain city council members will allow people to be taken advantage of in the federal government. So for example, what I'm gonna bring up is that these flock cameras have been going around everywhere. And then, so not only do police officers have access to them, so do ICE agents. So when we have our two descendant of Mexican immigrants council members up here, and they're not saying a single word about anything that was going on with Flock, the fact that ICE is now going to have shot gloves to discriminate against people who look like me, who look like them, who look like some of the people out here, and or the fact that now there's a new drone operation program, and everyone's gonna say, well, it's for safety. Whose safety? Who's going to be tracked by all of these things? And so it's incredibly difficult for me to try and be civil whenever it seems pretty clear that the Fort Worth City Council is adamant on treating their own citizens and constituency with such disgust.
James Smith, followed by Erica Zamora.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is James Smith. And for once, I get a chance to address another issue other than the one I've been championing for the last 7 years, almost 7 years. The alleyways in my neighborhood, in the Hillside, Morningside neighborhood, and probably over the course of the whole city. Nobody's alley should be allowed to grow 4 feet or 5 feet tall before it's cut. I understand you have mowing cycles. I read in the City Times that you're going to relook at that mowing cycle, but it shouldn't get this high in anybody's neighborhood. And I know your neighborhood probably doesn't have grass 4 or 5 feet tall. You put out a flyer that says to the residents of Fort Worth, keep your grass cut. It deters mosquitoes, it disturbs this. But the property that you own, you're allowed to get 4 feet tall. It's cut now, and I'm really appreciative of that. I can walk in the alley and see 4 blocks down that way, and I can see 4 blocks down that way. That's the way it should be anytime I walk in my alley. So if you get the mowing schedule to keep it like that, I'm quite sure it'll be cheaper on the city to cut it before it gets 4 feet tall. All right. Because I've cut grass before, and my customers, I would charge them more if their grass was higher. It can be cut quicker if it's cut before it gets 4 feet tall. So I appreciate that. The Tatiana matter is not closed for me. I recently heard from an influential person via somebody else that Aaron Dean wouldn't have got convicted had I not testified. This, I heard that I should have minded my business. This bothers me. Then the person says, I should be glad I'm alive. That's been on my back for 7 years, and now it's, like I said, chickens coming to roost. But now I have to advocate for myself, and I will. I've been cordial for 7 years, but when it comes to me and my family, you'll be mortgaging this building, okay? Police brutality is not to be tolerated in the city of Fort Worth. Change has to come, and Tatiana is going to be the catalyst for that change. Thank you for your time.
Erica Zamora, followed by Jim DeLong. Is Erica here? Moving on, Jim DeLong, you're next. And he will be followed by Caroline James.
It's an honor to stand before you today. My name is Jim DeLong from Fort Worth. And I'm going to read a summary of a study that I did on being thankful. What if there was something simple and entirely free that measurably turned people of every race, creed, culture, and ideology in our city away from anger, rebellion, strife, and the violence those things eventually produce? A friend of mine recently shared an article with me about the benefits of mentoring people to be thankful. A 4-year study of about 700 students, ages 10 to 14, comparing the most least grateful groups, researchers found that those who were thankful had 15% higher life satisfaction, 17% more happiness and hope, 15% fewer depressive symptoms, and 9% less delinquency among those who deployed the most gratitude over the 4 years. The delinquency measure is worth a second look. It was a composite of alcohol, drug use, cheating, school absence, and disciplinary referrals, a list that overlaps almost exactly with what principalities, school districts, and juvenile services already manage and fund. Being thankful and having gratitude is an antidote to strife, an antidote to anger, an antidote to a sense of entitlement, an antidote to isolation, and an antidote to division. Just think about that. Just being thankful. Just saying thank you. In the workplace, a field experiment was taking place. Employees who received a brief, specific expression of thanks from a supervisor increased their output by 50% the following week. Just by saying, John, thank you. You know, we hear a lot of complaining today, and you guys take a lot. I watch you guys sit up there, and I go, wow, well, I better. So the claims are distinguished. Receiving thanks changes short-term behavior. Practicing gratitude modestly improves well-being. Dispositional gratitude predicts health outcomes. The studies aren't complete, however, the current findings indicate the powerful effects being thankful has on the positive and healthy perspective people can have of the world around them. Thank you.
Next speaker, Caroline James. Are you here? Caroline James. All right, moving on. Kyle Powell, followed by Nancy Estrada. All right. Let's see, next speaker, Linda Hanratty. She will be followed by David Martinez.
Linda Hanratty, and I'm grateful to be in District 3, represented by Michael Crane. I am very concerned about the composition of the 11-person Data Center and Infrastructure Commission. If it is anything like the Gas Drilling Committee of old, it will be dominated by the industry that will approve its interests over the interests of the community. The commission should include data centers experts, not industry shills, as was the case with the Gas Drilling Committee. I attended some of their meetings where the sole committee representatives' concerns were never addressed. The AI industry is interested in developing new data centers as rapidly and as cheaply as possible with no liability to themselves, no matter what the consequences to the surrounding communities. Putting these people on the committee will ensure data centers favor industry over community. As long as the data centers don't control noise and vibration, use heavily polluted diesel backup generators, gas-fired power plants, or the grid for electricity, and lots of water, not just for cooling, but for the gas-fired plants and for fire protection as well. They do not belong in residential areas or populated rural areas, and probably not in Texas at all. The payoffs to the community for these centers is minimal, and their shelf life is likely to be only 5 or 10 years due to technological improvements. Then communities will be left with huge developments with little tax or reuse value, depreciated by land pollution because diesel generators often leak and spew pollution into the air when in operation. Each generator, of which there can be hundreds, is the size of a railroad car. They only have to be run for a short period of time periodically, but unless there is a problem with the grid, but even then it's too much. Backup solar or wind power with batteries would be preferable. The committee should include only 1 or 2 industry representatives at most, 2 or 3 public interest data center experts like Public Citizen, plus knowledgeable, open-minded residents with no financial interests in the AI industry. Data centers must be in industrial areas. Setbacks should be substantial from residential uses, with at least 1/2 mile preferable. Yes, this is a political issue, and if the city does it right, as Maddie Parker said, we could be a model for other cities in Texas. But I'm afraid we will just resort to the Fort Worth way, i.e. profits for the rich and well-connected and harm to everyone else. Thank you.
Next speaker, David Martinez, followed by Sayeda Bilki Sayed.
Good evening. Sorry, good afternoon. It feels like evening. Been here all day. I want to talk about what's going on with the data centers and the Fort Worth ISD. What I'd like to point out is what we have is a group of socialists who are influencing social media in our city. And I'm going to tell you something. I know about history. I know what the socialists did to my people. I'm Choctaw Apache, and I'm Jewish, and my family, or my grandmother's a Holocaust survivor. So, rest in peace for my grandmother. I would tell you something. I see what's going on with the Fort ISD, and then we see that the things that are going on, and it's like they're counterproductive. And another thing is like some of these people are here to inflame things. They're trying to make it where they're hoping one of these little kids die at the Fort ISD so they can make a headline and then popularize and make it popular for them. It's on their agenda. That's their thing is. And you hear them yelling at behind me. I'm over here allowed to speak, but you hear them right here behind me. So these socialists, it always ends up in violence. This is what they keep the temperature high. They want it to be this way. When they get thrown out of here, it's right there. They make Forward Report headlines. I've got video of them where they're saying they're trying to organize a walkout for the teachers. I mean, that's what they put out there on the media for us to see. Just imagine what they do when they meet behind closed doors. So, and I'm telling you, like, they're not a friend. They're not a friend. They sneak in through the Democrat Party. They go over here, and then we have some far-right Republicans that are along with them. And you hear the anti-Semitism that goes on, the anti-Israel thing, the anti-Lockheed Martin, everything, the infrastructure, things like that. I said, it'd be different if I knew that they didn't know about these things, whether the national security things going on, that we're in war right now with Iran. We're at war with Russia. So, I mean, when you talk about things like, this and that, it's like, do they not know what's going on? This is all part of a defense program. That's all it is. I mean, and in some of the things that we're doing is counterproductive. But I like to say this and end with this. I'm always here to represent the children. These children are not Democrats, they're not Republicans. They deserve a future. Thank you.
Next speaker, Syeda Bilkis Syed, followed by Bradford Hall. Jessica, did you take care of Mr. Hall earlier with his questions? Okay, thank you.
Good afternoon, Council. I'm Syeda Syed, and I want to talk about your BPP accounts, what happened with that. It's a new exemption. You see, it's $125,000 per BPP account. And assuming every business has one account, figure out, no, some businesses have multiple BPP accounts. So instead of getting $125,000 exemption, they got $250,000, $375,000 exemption. Well, appraisal district decide to do one business, one exemption, but they have a right to protest. And when they have a right to protest, they get the exemptions. So that's one of the reasons that not only the taxable value went down, it's went down because of the new exemption as well. And there is some loopholes in the exemption. The other thing I would like to talk about is in 2025, Tarrant County lost 12% of taxable value. In 2026, we lost 13.2% of the taxable value. And in 2027, we're going to lose 17% of taxable value. And the promise that TAD gave it to you, hey, next year, you will see 15% surge in your valuation, the taxable valuation. I don't see it because in last 2 years, TAD has done so much non-uniform and unequal valuation all over Tarrant County. And I heard that 47% of Tarrant County is for City of Fort Worth. So they did so much non-uniform and unequal, and when they want to make it uniform and equal next year, it's not gonna fix it. So the 17% you're going to lose next year, you will never able to recapture those value. It's all from the sales of 2024. That's for the residential side, but you will not ever able to recapture that. On the other hand, in 2025, 400,000 properties were overvalued. Residential properties out of 720,000. That's 60% of the properties initially when they send a notice. 204,000 got reduction, but 195,000, that is 25% or 26% of the tax roll were overvalued. And there is so much things that I can discuss it with you. It's all with the account numbers. They consolidated the account and the mineral accounts. No one is looking into it. Those valuations are going drastically down. Thank you for your time.
Next speaker, Carlos Silva, followed by Stephen Lawrence.
We're just back. We're just back on the bullshit. We're back on it. Chris, you voted, or you put forward the motion to reduce our public comment earlier in last week. And you guys also decided to vote in a council that did not include the 11 members of Fort Worth that we wanted, right? So we went all night with you guys to tell you what we wanted, and you said, screw you, we'll do what we want instead. And then you immediately said, screw you, we'll do what we want instead by reducing our public comment. And now, today, we come and we tell you that we still don't want Black Mountain, and you say, screw you, we'll do what we want instead. It's a pattern over and over and over. And so when you see a government body exhibit that pattern over and over and over, you start losing trust that that government actually cares about what you have to say. And I don't think anybody in this room has any trust that this city government will do what's best for people. They will do what's best for corporations. They will do what's best for Black Mountain. They will do what's best for their pockets, but they will not do what's best for people. I want to go on the record here. What Black Mountain did was gross. That procession of citizens that Mr. Losserdorf, thanked for coming forward, he was thanking people that were reading ChatGPT generated scripts. I could see them. I was sitting right over here. I could see them. They each had the same AI generated script in front of them, and you could tell that a lot of them, bless their souls, didn't really know what those scripts even said. So to thank those people for being coerced or being bribed or being whatever compelled them to come, I do not blame them at all, but I do blame the devil in the suits that made them come up here and do that to ruin their community. And I also blame the chamber, the people sitting in the chamber in front of me right now for allowing that to happen and then playing out a clown show where you thank them. This is completely unacceptable behavior out of a city council. So when we tell you we're coming for your seat in May, we're coming for your seat in May, we mean it because we're done. We're done with how much you guys ignore us over and over and over again. And every time you do it, you energize more people, and you energize more people, and you energize more people. It's coming, and you can't stop it. So please help us by getting out of the way.
Next speaker is Nancy Estrada, followed by Stephen Lawrence. I'm sorry, Mr. Lawrence. I was told that Nancy Estrada is here.
My name is Nancy Estrada. I used to help Vice in Fort Worth with sex crime cases, and I've helped in hundreds of cases. Through my experiences, I've gathered information, some which I believe is useful to you and the community. Helping Vice was an experience that allowed me to see the Wizard of Oz behind the curtain. Myself and others watched hundreds of sex crimes be swept under the rug because of who those sex crimes were committed by. Doctors, professors, public servants, etc. And I've witnessed Vice get suspended for trying to expose the truth on cases being swept under the rug. Vice, at that time, was a group of white men, and the cases being swept under the rug were all professional white men also here in Fort Worth. The patriarchy is very real in Fort Worth. Racism is very real in Fort Worth. The controlled narrative is very real in Fort Worth. The criminal system being used as a weapon by public servants to retaliate against the community in Fort Worth is very real. Even if they can't convict us, the process is the punishment. Jail and a mugshot, torture and humiliation, court fees and attorney fees, all punishments for exercising constitutional rights in Fort Worth. Now, I've stood here before you multiple times and explained that I was arrested as retaliation after reporting a sexual predator to Fort Worth Country Day Private School, and nobody here cared. Nobody. Nobody even bothered to talk to me. So I'm gonna help Fort Worth Vice with hundreds of sex crime cases, but then I'm called a liar for reporting Hugo Munoz, the wrestling coach at Fort Worth Country Day, and arrested. I was arrested for exercising my First Amendment right. They tried to use the criminal system to intimidate me, and it didn't work. The DA ended up dismissing my case with a document in which Hugo Munoz is acknowledged as a sexual predator. Now, I want everybody here that has been retaliated against by public servants through the criminal system, or if you know someone that has, to stand up right now. It's happening to multiple people, to a lot of people here in Fort Worth. It's not just myself. Thank you again for your consideration, and thank you, Adrian Smith.
Mr. Steve Lawrence, and he'll be followed by Emmanuel Mata.
Sir. My name is Stephen Lawrence. I'm a resident of Fort Worth and a Fort Worth attorney. I have come here to speak before in my private capacity, but I am also recently the founder of the Fort Worth DFLOC social media accounts and working with activists in the area to end the surveillance state in Fort Worth. I want to reference earlier comments. First of all, the gentleman that spoke one before me, saying that you were bringing other people in and energizing them by your behavior, he is exactly correct. I'm not a person that has ever spoken at a city council body before this year. I came here because the city did not answer a FOIA request. The city appealed that, then appealed that to the Attorney General. My councilwoman won't get the FOIA request honored for me, and she also won't warn Fort Worth residents of the dangers that the FBI is warning the city about. Behavior like this, behavior like keeping me here for 7 hours during the last council meeting and then not letting me speak for more than a minute in violation of your own rules. Mr. Crane, Mr. Lausdorf, Ms. Hill, Mr. Nettles, Ms. Beck, Jameson, you all violated Fort Worth rules to limit my public comment. That is not a body that cares about its citizens. That is a body that wants to do its own thing on behalf of whoever you're doing it for. There is a concept called the Fort Worth Way that gets discussed a lot. And that way can be viewed in something positive, and that we don't let foreign ideologies and national politics pollute our community, and instead we solve things ourselves. But the dark side of the Fort Worth Way is when you exclude the community from those decisions. And that is exactly what you have been doing. So the people of Fort Worth will not let Fort Worth to continue to become a police state. We refuse to become Beijing. We refuse to become Tel Aviv. And we especially refuse to become the West Bank. And if you want to continue with Chinese communist-inspired social credit system and an Israeli-inspired surveillance state in Fort Worth, we are going to do something about that. Now, you can be leaders and work with us, or you can get out of the way. So please work with us. I have inquiries into multiple people. I am welcome to work with you, but we will deflock Fort Worth with or without you.
Next speaker, Manuel Mata, followed by Steven Sanchez.
My name is Manuel Mata, and I live in Carlos's district.
And first, I want to address the recent First Amendment constitutional training course that was given to the Fort Worth Police Department that was released July 2025. And it's a comprehensive refresher course for law enforcement First Amendment auditing, right? Rights. Okay, now I'm gonna take you to their policies, right? It's right here. 328.06, civil disturbances, protesters, right? And it specifically states that we have the right to, right? That officers are supposed to be, there's a whole bunch of words, right? But basically unbiased. They're not supposed to pick sides. And if they have prior relationships with me because I say F the police, they're not supposed to violate my rights. Because I want to read to y'all the police report. It says, Officer Coleman, 3567, received a phone call and multiple text messages from different people about a disturbance at 777 Taylor Street. Flock 911 started playing a 911 call from Stephen Perillo, right? All the details were about a small protest on the sidewalk with people having signs, an upside down American flag for signaling we are under distress. So Stephen was calling about two of the people yelling in his face, repeatedly saying, F you and go F yourself, which I did. Because I wanted him to leave us alone, stop following us and harassing us, which I recorded it. Officer Coleman and Officer Snyder did not want to view those videos because it clearly stated, right, that he was following us, harassing us, and we asked him to leave us alone. We even tried to conversate with him. He didn't like it. He didn't like that we were asserting our First Amendment rights, so he called Coleman and Snyder to come help him because his feelings were offended by my speech of telling him, leave us the F alone and go F yourself. Now, there is no need for retraining because what they need is to start getting in trouble where they're held liable financially, and this one-day suspension, obviously it's not stopping them from doing anything. Because all they do is ask Ken Paxton to keep it from me because it's a one-day suspension. I'm not new to this. I'm true to this.
Next speaker, Steven Sanchez. He'll be followed by Ambika Sharma.
Crane, do you know the Robert's Rules of Order? Do you know them? You make a motion to get things started. You don't just say, oh, that's how we get that done. It's so disrespectful to your staff that work here. Learn the rules. You've been up there for a long time. Carlos, look good in that seat. All right, so Mia, you went on this diatribe and you could have just motioned, again, to table the vote. You didn't have to say yes or no. You can table it. You can punt it down the road, just like you did when I first tried to speak on that item. You can punt it down the road. You could have waited till December, until after the DCIC does their thing. But we didn't do that. The council members that voted no, maybe in solidarity, but that's not what we wanted. And now we're here. Macy Hill's gone, Charlie's gone, Maddie's gone. And it seems like the decision was already made. I've given you the objective information. I've shown you what these places sound like, 250 feet. Another 50 feet is nothing. I'm going to update you on the District 2 report. Telecom facility, the co-location telecom facility in our district, they decided to fix their unit and stop inundating the residents across the street that are 50 feet from that building with that noise. My report was given to them, so it scared the shit out of them, and they fixed it. So you could say, oh, well, the ordinance works then. Sure, you can say that. But it also has loopholes in that ordinance. It has HVAC as an exemption. It's got industrial with exemptions. And they're not being brought up. There's nothing on the books right now that says anything about amending the noise ordinance. And that's something that I brought to your attention, Carlos, brought it to your attention, Ms. Beck. None of you have reached out to me at all, except for Beck. I already mentioned you. I've shown y'all. I've shown you what Prince William County did, and that's what we're doing again, here. We wanted residential say. We wanted residents to be on this only.
Next speaker, Ambika Sharma, followed by Joey Flores.
I'm Ambika Sharma. I want to talk about the Fort Worth budget. Thank you to Mr. Chapa and his team because you guys are doing a tour of the city and it's an informational session, so I learned a lot. It's very troubling to hear that we have a 94 million shortfall. Learned during that meeting, I think a lot of blame was put on Tarrant Appraisal District. I attended the District 6 presentation where you were. So Tarrant Appraisal District was bashed repeatedly during the District 6 meeting, and it was bashed since then, because I watched a few of these online. And I brought some evidence, I hope. As somebody who, a student of STEM, I just keep thinking that perhaps objective information will win the day. So I'm on your side on this one, Mr. Chapa. I do agree that I think TAD did screw us over. TAD has many jobs, one of which is a constitutional mandate to ensure equal and uniform appraisal of all taxable properties at 100% of the market price. So this source here, this report is from the Chief Appraiser Report. It was presented during TAD's August board meeting. So this is TAD's report. And what they're showing you here is residential ratios, so residential appraisal value compared to the sales price, and it's divided up by home value. So I'll walk you through two highlighted items. The first row there is if the home was up to $200,000, it was actually appraised at 106% of the market price. More than 100 means you were overappraised. So again, home up to $200,000 was appraised at 106% of the market sales price in 2026. Then if we go to the higher end, which are homes worth more than $1 million, those homes were appraised at only 71%, so below the market price. And again, going back to the constitutional mandate, Tarrant Appraisal District must, by law, ensure equal and uniform appraisal of all property values to the market price. By publishing this report, Tarrant Appraisal District is admitting that they were not in their constitutional mandate. Page 2, please. This is something you mentioned yesterday, I think, Mr. Chapa. You were saying, I think somebody in the audience asked you, you should know that they were freezing appraisals. I think you commented that we didn't know that appraisals would also go down. So this is data around protests. So by law, everybody has a right to protest the appraisals. So what you see here is in 2026, so the one we're in right now, we had a 13% uptick in protests, of which 78% of the protests were led by agents and only 22% were led by owners. So again, all of this protesting has become a viable business. My call to action, my request is September 8th, TAD is meeting. Please send somebody and say to stop this and go back to uniform appraisals.
Next speaker, Joey Flores, followed by Alexander Montalvo.
Hello, my name is Joey Flores, District 9 resident, Diamond Hill Jarvis High School, class of 2019 graduate, Texas Christian University, class of class of 2023 graduate and lifelong Fort Worth, Texas resident. I want to put a timeline on the record today because there are many Fort Worth residents that don't know how we legally arrived at the current TA state takeover of Fort Worth ISD. This did not begin with Fort Worth ISD receiving 5 consecutive failing ratings. Instead, the threshold trigger for TEA action is based on a single school's ratings, which allows the state to take over an entire district. And it was only one school that triggered this, Glencrest 6th grade, since closed in 2024, and is now Leadership Academy at Forest Hope. That school had unacceptable ratings in 2016, 2017, 2018, and 2019. Then COVID happened. In April 2020, TA announced that campuses will receive a COVID-related, not rated designation, and would not have that year break an existing streak of unacceptable ratings. Then TA reiterated this policy in its 2021 accountability materials. Then in 2021, the Texas legislature passed Senate Bill 1365, which Governor Abbott signed into law. That law said that a not rated rating is not a break in consecutive unacceptable ratings, simply a pause. Back to Glencrest 6th grade. After 4 unacceptable ratings at this one school, there were multiple years with no ratings in between. Then came the 2022-2023 school year when ratings were renewed as A through F. Glencrest 6th grade then received an unacceptable rating from the state. Meanwhile, districts challenged these changes to the state's accountability system, and lawsuits delayed public release of the 2023 ratings until April 24th, 2025. Then on May 5th, 2025, Commissioner Morath notified Fort Worth ISD that if a rating became final, the intervention would be triggered. The district appealed. The appeal was denied in August 2025, and on August 19th, 2025, the 2023 Glencrest 6th grade rating became the 5th consecutive unacceptable rating, consecutive by the state statute, not by the road definition of consecutive. Then Morath chose to replace the elected board of the entire district, and the heartbreaking effects that are playing out today in my community requires much more time than I have here today. Now I would appreciate help filling out this timeline. Who knew what, when, and if there were any prior knowledge to this being public, please release that timeline and communications. Thank you.
Mr. Flores. Next speaker, Alexander Montalvo.
This has already been a great recap of what happened today by several community members, but I'll go ahead and just add my thoughts as well. I really wish Charlie Fillings was here still instead of bailing on this city council meeting and the public's comments. We know Maddie has bailed on the community, Macy has bailed on the community, but really Charlie and his feelings need to be addressed further because of how much he has disdain for hearing people that are going to challenge his role on city council, whatever form of leadership he thinks he has. And it's not as severe as the crash outs he has on Facebook, which too many of y'all have crash outs on Facebook. And it's embarrassing, just so you know. It's way embarrassing to see how many of y'all are, whether it's alcohol induced or something else, crashing out on Facebook. But Charlie loves to do that, and he's getting closer and closer to crashing out here at City Council. It was sad to see the community members have the corporate talking points, and then for all of y'all to participate in the show as legitimate perspectives from community. We can see clearly that they were given corporate talking points from Black Mountain with their very insignificant organizing efforts that maybe they did in collaboration with you, Chris. And so, Mia, when you say, this is not my district, I want to hear the residents most impacted, it's completely hypocritical because you've heard from residents that are also in that space that are impacted that don't want this. So that talking point is inadequate. And data centers do not just impact the people living across the street from them. You know too much at this point with everything the community has brought in and even the information that you said you researched, that data centers and the impact on the water and electricity and our air quality and noise pollution, everything does not just impact the people living across the street. So no, that is inadequate what you did. Now I know Chris needed to make sure he got a coalition of people to pass because he's taken so much money from this and he's going to, this is the hill he's gonna die on and he's satisfied with that and that's understandable. But my last challenge is gonna be to Carlos and Jeanette. While I appreciate y'all voting against this site plan, and let's make it clear, voting against a site plan is not the only tool y'all had in y'all's toolbox. Just because they're holding y'all hostage and saying either you accept this or we're gonna do what we want, we need you to lead much better. But Jeanette and Carlos, for y'all to not even speak, to talk publicly about why you're voting against this and what you would challenge the city council shows you're still not leading.
Thank you. City Secretary, is that all our speakers?
Yes, sir.
All right, we are adjourned at 3:37.